Welcome, SegaCrew. We are here for the second annual Master8 Race. Big up everyone in the chat. Big up everyone watching on a VOD, on a catch-up, whenever you want to. My name is Jimmy Diamonds. I am the Master of Ceremonies for the majority of the day. However, we have here with me on this delightful pre-show, the legendary Shanaberry Blast and Apollo 22237, the NES fans who should be rightfully hated. Friends, how are you keeping today?
Boo this man. Boo this man.
Bring it early. Come on.
What is going on? Apollo numbers.
Apollo numbers.
Yep.
Yes. That was a wonderful introduction, Jimmy. Welcome, everybody. Gosh, who's excited?
I mean, I'm excited. This is the games look pretty cool. They're looking good.
There's a good amount of excitement from the chat. There's a good amount of excitement from all the people who've been learning the event, the people who've been setting up the event, the people who have been playing NES games instead of paying attention to the event. It's been lots of excitement from everywhere so far, and honestly, it's been one of the most fun experiences that I've had within speedrunning over the last few years. It's really, really good just seeing the community come together, the engagement, everyone being really excited with learning new things about the games. We've had world records beaten, we've had new strats developed, we've had songs, we've had fun, we've had terrible times with a cat chasing a mouse, and it's been great so far.
No surprise there's so much hype because this list is legit. It is so fun.
Yeah, I'm thinking as we have our back end crew starting the setup, I guess, what do you think? Should we talk a little bit about each game, just like start going from the top, and we'll talk about the goal, and let's see how everyone feels. We'll see how the chat feels about each game. I'm sure there's differing opinions based on what each game is. So
yeah, indeed. We do have maybe a couple of more controversial choices, especially with some of the goals that we have set, but we are starting off the Master8 Race Part 2 with an absolute blast when Erica started with something that is widely renowned as one of the best Master System games that has ever been made, Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Chat, with a goal of purchasing the Dragon Armor.
One of the most beautiful games. I agree. This is just a real treat and a wonderful way to start the race.
Yeah, I feel like Wonder Boy. Like, can you have a Sega race or a Sega event without Wonder Boy being involved? I mean,
no, I don't think you can.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to be a prerequisite for sure.
Mm-hmm. We've certainly set this first game up with a slightly different twist. With the normal speedrun of the game going via glitch version, you do avoid this armor. You do avoid the path to take to actually get to the shop which sells this armor. So not only do you actually have to go way out of the way for the normal speedrun route, you've also got a couple of other things to consider. You've also got to consider your charisma. You've got to consider your gold. You've got to make sure that you've got all those things in place to get to that section, plus a lovely fire pits of doom that will kill you and eat you up like fire generally does, because as we know, fire is very, very bad for your health. So even some of our more experienced runners who know the game really, really well, they're having to do something really, really new with trying to get to this goal as well. So it's it's something that is a little bit sneaky from us as the people who are setting up the goals, but we know that most of our runners are well up to the task for it.
Yeah, I think that this is something that I find very interesting in races, is that like when you have a game that's kind of well known and like people have played it, and then you go and change up what the goal would be to kind of make people like relearn the game, see a different part of it. It makes it a little more interesting. It gives it a different spin.
Oh man, and we got a lot of that coming up on the rest of this list. I'm looking at you, Ninja Giaden.
Oh yes.
Spoilers. Yeah.
The list is well accessible for everyone now, so I'm pretty sure it's not such a spoiler, but when they actually get to the run, our racers might find it to be a bit of a spoiler of their timing, if you know what I mean. So there we go. Wonder Boy 3 is the first game in the Master8 Part 2. The second game very, very close to my heart, starring a duck. Wait a minute, technically it could be starring two ducks if you're playing two-player. It is Dynamite Dux, throwing bombs, throwing stones with big shotguns and a rocket launcher whilst they're trying to defeat rocks.
I mean, I think all you have to say is that, like, you have a duck that's using a rocket launcher, and then that's I mean that's it. That's the game.
With epic amounts of lag.
Oh wow, yeah, the game is basically lag prevention, the escalating danger of reducing frame rates. And it's it's like I said, a game very close to my heart, one of the very first games I ever played on the Master System. Yep. And it's really colourful, it's really garish, it's fun. Oh my word, the lag is terrible. The music is amazing. Former world record runner making that music even better. Don't want to quote that on stream because there's plenty of swear words. But yeah, I do hope that it's a nice breather for our runners coming after something that's quite intense as Wonder Boy 3. It's a much slower game than Wonder Boy 3. Basically, it's hold right, press a few buttons, and you're going to win. But there's still a lot of time save that can be made on this game. There's still a lot of places where you could lose time, take a few deaths. And it's a little bit more difficult than it looks at first appearance. But it should be a really nice escapade for a lot of our runners as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, follow.
Okay, no, I was just gonna say it definitely seems like a it's a really good early race game to kind of get you going, get you into the groove of things, and still have some spots where you could still show off some skill to save some time over some of the other racers.
Indeed.
Yeah, and one thing to point out to anyone who's not familiar with this game is you will see a possibility of different routes. I found that out myself, that depending on sometimes where you kill a certain mini boss, it opens up a different path.
Indeed, yeah. You want to try and take the top path of the levels as much as possible because they are shorter, because they're a direct path to get to where you need to be. Whereas taking the slightly wrong route, there's a couple of turns, a couple of twists, and a couple of things to slow you down. So you definitely want to get those top paths as much as possible, just to save you a bit of time. So, chat, that is the first two games and the tasks and the goals of the Master 8 Part 2. How does everyone think about that so far? I'd like to think that Apollo and Shannon have certainly expressed their interest and their love for these tasks and goals. But we want to put it to the chat and see what they think.
Like Dux. I like Dux. Dux are cool.
I did have some issues with that game, and so when I got mad at it, I was calling it Dynamite Deuce. But it is a charming little game, and not a like you said, it's not a very horribly difficult one. It's enjoyable and doable, but it gave me some trouble.
Yeah, it was certainly placed to give our runners, as I said, a nice little breather after something that's rather intense, which is Wonder Boy 3. And of course, Dynamite Dux is the first appearance of the character that ended up being known as Being the Dynamite from the series that we shall not name, because that seems to be a naughty word here in the SegaCrew parts. But never mind. Righto, let's have a look at Game 3. Game 3, a classic puzzle game that everyone forgets exists. It is Klax! That's right, plenty of colours, a colourblind mode back in the early 90s. Who would have thought? It's revolutionary. And the task of this one is to clear 10 waves. Not just wave 10, but 10 full waves. It gives you the opportunity to have a little bit of routing difference from going either the easier stages 1 to 5, or going for the later stages 6 to 15, not 6 to 15, excuse me, 11 to 15, and then going back to 6 to 10 to get it cleared as needs be. So what did you find about this, Shanna, when you were playing it?
Thank you, SegaCrew, for including this game.
Yeah.
Because then I played it, and I'm so grateful that I have this game in my life. For a puzzle lover like me, this is a treat. I love it. I'm going to be playing this for the rest of my life.
Yeah, this is you can't have a multi-game race without the puzzle game, and here is your puzzle game. And this is I can't say I've played this much, but you're like, Klax. Oh, it's Klax. It's Klax. That's all you got to say. Klax.
Paul, this game is right up your alley, man. You'd love it. You got to play this one.
Games that make me use my brain, I don't know if are up my alley.
No, man. This game it's a treat. It's so fun. And everyone's going to blow through it, but if you're watching, definitely dust off your Sega, put this one on. It's a treat.
Out of all the games that we have got for the Master 8 Part 2, I think this one certainly had the most engagement from the community. More out of a surprise at how much they enjoyed it. Just having a look within the Discord channel with Klax involved, and you just see so many people going, I'm playing this. I didn't intend to play it for 3 hours, but I'm playing this. And that's such of a kind of a repeated thought from so many people, even people who haven't actually decided to race it in today's event. They've just gone and gone, yeah, we'll play Klax. And then the next day you can see them crawling out from underneath their bed covers with their eyes really, really full of bags, and them just not knowing what time it is because they've been spending the entire evening playing Klax, which just seems, again, a bit of a detriment to the health. And to quote your face in the chat, Klax is greater than Tetris. You know what? I think that's an arguable positive reaction to that.
But it's truly enjoyable.
Yeah, plenty of people having a lot of fun with Klax. However, the next game coming up, maybe a little bit less fun involved. We've got a cat, we've got a mouse, we've got a cat chasing a mouse. It is Tom and Jerry, the movie, the game, the sequel.
The hump day of games.
The hump day of games, exactly right. Good gracious. This game has been absolutely obliterated in the last couple of weeks, and it was already obliterated in the first place. So the fact that it's got obliteration on top of obliteration means it's obliteration squared. This game has a world record of 1 minute 11 seconds set by one of our incredible runners in the last couple of weeks. Shanna, again, I know you had a bit of a struggle with this game when you were testing it out for the announce stream. How do you feel that the game has been obliterated after you struggled?
You know, I played it again last night. I wanted to get through the rest of the games, and I'm not actually doing the race, but I wanted to get through all of the games, not all the goals, but at least, really sink my teeth into some of them. And I really wanted to tackle Tom and Jerry, and it is brutal. I raged so hard. But if you can manage to get that frame perfect catch at the top of each stage, then you're home free. That's how you get that minute what?
1 minute 11 seconds world record.
Insanity. This game, I raged out like I haven't raged since Batman on the NES.
Shanna, you don't rage. You've never raged before.
I like to think that, but I am truly wrong.
I don't know. I think as much as some people might not like this game, part of a game like this being involved in a race like this is so cool because it allows people to, as a community, come together to try and figure it out. And then you look at the leaderboard and you see things like 1 week ago, a run 3 weeks ago, a run 1 week ago, where that's the type of stuff I like to see, where this game maybe didn't have much love lately, and then all of a sudden it's just getting runs put up on the board and stuff like that. And so because of that, because of this race and because of the community, basically the world record's been cut in half. So that's super cool.
God, that's so cool.
And that's not saying that it wasn't a really good run in the first place, but it just goes to show the engagement that SegaCrew has and the dedication about jumping into these newer games where they've had less experience with and then going, oh, we can do this. Boom, half the time. It's fantastic thing to watch. It really, really is.
A lot of that comes from the fact that these runners share their secrets, anything, strats you find. It's just boom, hop in the Discord, share it with everybody. And man, it's that's what truly optimizes a game is that active community of sharing ideas and well done everybody. Amazing.
100%. And that again really just shouts out to how important these type of races are because a lot of these runners are going to be learning the games. There's so many classic Master System games, but there's so many that are ignored because they're not as big as your Sonics, they're not as big as your Wonder Boys, they're not as big as your Shinobis. So they don't get as much love. But when they get put into events like this, people go, actually, these games are really fun. Let's spend a bit more time learning all the strats and figuring out new ways that we can do things. And that engagement from people getting all these new little techniques and just putting them all together in this lovely, lovely fell swoop. It's just really lovely to see. And there's no arrogance, there's no ego. It's just a case of, we've figured this out. Can we make it better? Everyone puts their heads together and boom, halving a world record.
And boy, the next two on this list, so awesome. I gotta say, we're coming up to the next two that you just made me super excited about the next two because I feel like these are, perfect examples of how amazing this console is. Line of Fire is the next game, and I freaking fell in love with it.
You did, and yeah, even though you were struggling with some of the jumps. Line of Fire is a site.
Last night I mastered those jumps, baby.
Hooray! It's a vertical scrolling shoot 'em up that was released in Europe and Brazil, I believe, in '95. It's one of the later Master System games, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun. Lots of explosions, lots of weapons. Visually, it's really, really interesting, and yeah, it's just a whole lot of fun. This game, we have ourselves a score attack goal, getting 500,000 points. Now, here's a sneaky thing about this game. If you have to use a continue, so you lose all your health and lives, etc., your score gets reset. Oh, yeah. Back down to 0.
Wow. So yep, I found that out last night. That was a real gut check.
Yeah, that is a bit spooky, and I think that's definitely going to cause some people to, there's some risk management that goes on there.
That's exactly right. We have been relatively mean with some of these goals just to make sure that we've got our top level runners really on their toes, trying to figure out the best way to maintain these times to get to the goals as quickly as possible without having too much risk involved. But some of these, they're just risk natural. They're going to be inherently risky attempts. So that's going to be something really fun to watch.
And a lot of strategy with Line of Fire.
Yeah, indeed. And a lot of stress too. Something that's been relatively recently discovered. The higher you are on the screen of Line of Fire, the faster the game moves because you're using lag management, which means that if you want to try and get this goal done quickly, you need to be higher on the screen. But of course, that puts you in much better stead to get shot by the enemies. Once again, it's that risk-reward system that we love about speedrunning, that we love about games like this. It's something that's going to be a nice challenge for our runners. But the game coming afterwards, now this is going to be even bigger challenge for some of our runners.
Well, we do have the top 3 Ninja Gaiden on the Master System, any percent. The top 3 runners in that game are going to be playing at Pacifist today. That's freaking awesome.
That's exactly right. It's a completely different play style. The only enemies you can kill are the bosses. Any other enemy, you kill that, and it goes back to the start of the game, a complete reset. We want no enemies killed on this run. Once again, a pretty mean run, but our runners know this game like the back of their hand, and they can get this done in a super quick time. This should be a really awesome one to watch. Very, very, rather different to the NES version. Sorry to bring that up.
Yeah, no, this was
people like Apollo and Shannon know a bit more of.
Yeah, this was created from the ground up. They had to buy the rights and create the whole game.
I mean, Shanna, you've had some history with Ninja Gaidens before. So what do you feel like? What did you notice about this one compared to other ones that you've played?
Okay, so I grew up with Ninja Gaiden and then returned to it and kicked its ass, but it kicked mine for a very long time first. And this particular version of Ninja Gaiden is just as addictive. It is smooth like butter. It is absolutely fast and furious and punishing. So unbelievably punishing.
I agree with the comment that it's a smooth game. Out of all the Master System platforms that I've had the pleasure of being able to play in preparation for Master 8 Part 2, it's certainly one of the nicest feeling ones. All the jumps are really, really crisp and really, really responsive. Grabbing onto the platforms above you, it's really easy to do so, but you have to make sure your timing is correct to make sure you get the most out of it. Attacks are really, really nice and responsive too. It's just a really nice feel to this game. But of course, attacks are going to be practically useless when you can't kill any enemies. So the game is practically down to one button and one button alone, that lovely jump button, but of course using the directional controller to get ourselves to the right places. And yeah, still got to take out the bosses though, and they've still got to make sure that if they do pick any pickups, that they don't use them to accidentally kill any enemies, else it's back to the start of the game.
Yeah, so a lot of damage boosting, gonna have to make sure they're damage boosting in the right direction because that's how you're gonna get through a lot of these stages.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Apollo, I gotta tell you, man, they nailed it on this one.
I mean, I again, the whole what we talked about earlier, when I saw the goal, I'm like, there we go. That's the different goal that you like to see.
Yes. And I did hear from a few of the top runners that they were loving it. Corbett, I was lurking on his stream. That was the world record of any percent, and watching him fly through it and just hearing the enjoyment, hearing the laughter, and just how much fun he was having. And that's how it was with me last night. I've never laughed so hard being just massacred. God, guys, so fun. Well, what a wonderful choice.
Again, it comes back to us trying to be a little bit more sneaky when it comes to deciding the goals for these games using something that's maybe been established in the past, because there have been a couple of pacifist runs of this game in the past. But, we wanted things to be different. So we had a good time getting these goals prepared. And speaking of getting goals prepared, and speaking of goals, next up, Game 7, we're coming towards the end of the road for the Master 8 setup. We have Golden Axe Warrior with a goal of collect 3 crystals. Now, Shanna, your good sir, Booster Shane, is, of course, an expert at Golden Axe Warrior. Has he extolled any of his knowledge and skills of the game onto yourself?
Well, I've watched quite a bit of this game. I'm actually going to toss it to Apollo. I want to hear what Apollo's opinions of Golden Axe Warrior are, since such a Nintendo fan over there. What are your first impressions of Golden Axe Warrior, Apollo?
Well, my first impression was when I loaded up a video of watching it, I said, "Oh, I must have the wrong game," because I was expecting like the other like Golden Axe or something like that. Yes. I was very surprised at how let's see, I just played recently like Link to the Past for the first time, and I was surprised at how similar it looked to that for an SMS game. So
yes,
that was pretty cool.
That's basically why I was teasing at, because there's definitely some influence there. I think we can all agree.
I mean, I'm not the big. I don't make it hidden. I'm not the biggest Zelda fan, so maybe Golden Axe is just straight up better.
Hell yeah! There we go. You heard it. Converted.
Wow. We have just had on stream a Nintendo fan admit that Zelda is not good and that Golden Axe Warrior is a better game. We have a genuine SegaCrew miracle, chat. A genuine SegaCrew miracle. We're done. We don't need the race anymore. That's what you've come to see.
It's over. That was the point this race was made in the first place, and it's now completed.
Yes. Well done. Well done, SegaCrew. You did it.
Coming back onto the game in a bit more detail with a run. So collect 3 crystals. It's a similar situation to the Wonder Boy 3 goal, where you actually have to go in a slightly different route to the main speedrun in order to obtain that 3rd crystal. So yeah, again, it's using a game that our runners would have general knowledge of, because it's a well-established game within the Master System. It's a well-renowned game in the Master System, but doing it in a slightly different way. Just kind of getting people to go a little bit out of their comfort zones and just find out something new, something interesting, and with someone like Shane in place, really teaching a lot of people about how people can run this game. It's they've done a very, very good job of getting the speed of this game to a really, really fun level, and it's a great thing to watch as well. Of course, if you are a huge Legend of Redacted fan, you will probably enjoy at least a look at this game, and as admitted by Apollo, it is a better game than Legend of Redacted. So yeah, go and play it.
So fun.
Concur with that one. And we are now on to Game 8 of the Master 8. We are on to the final challenge for our runners with the Lucky Dime Caper starring Donald Duck, with a challenge of beat the game. Probably the longest goal that we have in the Master 8 Part 2. It's certainly one of the trickiest, because hitboxes are apparently just a suggestion. Know that a lot of our runners are having nightmares over the Lucky Dime Caper, and that's exactly why we put it at the end of the Master 8 Part 2, just to make sure that they do not rest on their laurels, they do not try and cruise towards victory. Even getting at the very start, in the middle, at the very end, they've got challenges after challenges after challenges. It's going to be something great to watch.
Perfectly stated. Nightmare-inducing game. Absolutely. When you said the name Lucky Dime Caper, I shuddered, because I did play this last night, and I was like, for some reason, I can't even picture the game in my head. I blocked it. And then you said Donald Duck, and it all came flooding back. This game's brutal, guys. And it's unforgiving. You can game over super quick.
I mean, it's I speak in Nintendo terms. This is basically hammering Harry, right? Like, shouldn't you be the best Donald Duck Lucky Dime caper player in the world?
Oh, you You lose the hammer. You get hit once. Your hammer's gone, man.
Just don't get hit. Just don't get
hit.
Easy,
there you go.
Easy
You
as
heard
that,
it.
right?
From Apollo.
Good.
Strategies for anyone watching the pre-show right now. Secret strategy, don't get hit.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
And
unless you need to get hit.
The Dark Souls of Disney games. Sorry, the Duck Souls of Disney games.
Nice one, dude. Nice one.
No, it wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. Sorry.
Easy clap.
But yeah, so if you get hit one time, you lose the hammer. You get hit another time. Correct me if I'm wrong, you're dead?
Yo, dead. Yo,
You're dead.
Totally dead. You lose a hammer, you're going to get hammered. And not in a good going out on a night out way, but in a bad, oh my God, I'm about to get hit with a hammer kind of way.
And if you know me, I don't like to lose my hammer.
And so there we go. We have the Master 8 lineup. Let's go through one more time. So our first game, Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap, with the goal of purchase the Dragon Mail. Game number 2, Dynamite Dux, with the goal of beat the game. Game number 3, Klax, where the goal is clear 10 waves. Goal number 4 is Tom and Jerry, the movie, the game, with the goal of beat the game. Game 5, Line of Fire. Goal is score attack of 500,000 points. Game 6, Ninja Gaiden Pacifist mode. The goal is beat stage 3-4. Game number 7, Golden Axe Warrior, collecting 3 crystals is the goal. And our final game of the Master 8 Part 2 in 2022 is the Lucky Dime Caper, starring Donald the Duck himself, with the goal of beat the game. And that, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, is Master 8 Part 2 for this year. How are we feeling with those announcents and those games on the way?
It's gonna be a fun time. Like, I was taking a look at just like the runner room too. It looks like we got what 8-9 racers that are going to be in this. And the thing is, it's not just about this race right now. It's the month plus leading up to it. Everyone coming together, figuring out strats, figuring out how to beat these games, just like talking back and forth and having fun with these games. So, you know, winning is good, winning is fun, but having fun is winning. How about that?
Wow, having fun
Lovely.
is winning. That is going to be the one quote to be taken from today. Having fun is winning.
Yes, I love it.
Amazing.
And everyone, enjoy the race. Enjoy all these top runners. This is going to be anyone's game. We haven't even talked about the biggest jaw dropper is JKL ain't participating in the race, guys. It's anyone's game. Anyone's race. It's up for grabs.
We do have some amazing racers in this. We have SegaCrew, we have Narblast, we have Radman, we have Saulo Andrade, we have just some incredibly good runners here. We have got ourselves a Fedi PG. We have SEMTS. Don't know how to pronounce that one, but you can deal with that one. And of course Quarbit, genuine legend Quarbit. It's just the lineup that we have of runners, the lineup that we have of games, the people who are kind of behind the scenes on this one. No Diggity, Booster Shane, Shanna, Apollo, you're all legendary people. This is a proper celebration and a huge event for everyone involved, and I'm just so excited, and I'm absolutely privileged to have been a part of this. Really, really am.
Thank you so much for guys for inviting me and Apollo to open up the event today.
Yeah, again, same. Thank you, Jimmy. Thanks, Shanna. It'll be a good time, and I guess I'll be in there talking and watching. But there might, maybe every once in a while you see me lurking in some SegaCrew. So
yeah, we do. Well, good luck, everybody. Brother Kyle, I think, was the only one that maybe wasn't mentioned. Mzimps, Fedi, Narblast, Corbett, Radman, Sacrion, Saulo Andrade. I can't say your name, but good luck, everybody.
Shanna, could you try that again, please? Just
please.
For my own reference, please.
Saulo Andrade?
Yeah, she got it right.
Booyah, baby. Got you some good luck there.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, we're going to toss it to the commentators for the actual race, which are going to be Booster Shane, I believe, Jimmy, you are sticking around, right? Yep.
You can't get rid of me that easily. I'm like Thrush. I'll come back stronger.
Yes, yes. Jimmy brings all that energy. All right, so we're going to toss it over to you guys, and let's go.
Thank you ever so much for Shanna and Apollo for being part of our pre-show today. Once again, I am Jimmy Diamonds, a British idiot, the lout of the shout, the loose cannon of speedrunning, and I'm here with a genuine speedrunning legend, Booster Shane. How are you keeping on this fine, fine day?
I am so freaking hyped for today. Not only did we announce the list that I know this was going to be a great race, but seeing the runners dedicate the last month of their lives to finding new strats, obtaining new world records, opening up new leaderboards. I am so hyped for today because there was so much work that was put into this race that led up to today.
Oh yeah, and there's just been so much work put in by these runners just trying to figure out the best ways to brutalize these games and really cut down on the times. And the fact that they've been able to get 8 games completed in under 2 hours just blows my mind. Some of them bordering 1 hour 30 on their PBs at the moment, which is ridiculous. What just ridiculousness involved. It's fantastic. And of course, we're starting off with a big mamma whammer of game for Sega of Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap, game that you're very familiar with, Shane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I look at this list, there's a good 3 or 4. I'm like, is this the best Master System game? This list is so killer, and I love this opening game. And the fact we're starting off with this one, I am so hyped. I'm going to make sure the racers are all ready, but I think we're all good to go. Oh, just give us a moment.
I can't see a screen at all. There's no link for me to actually access a screen, my darling.
Well, and we thank you all for joining us this morning. And honestly, the racers that are participating today, they range from, the very dedicated to some that are just picking it up today that are going in blind. And if this is something that looks appealing to you, we do have a Game Gear race coming up in a couple of months, and I just want to shout that out. And also, speaking of the runners, I don't know if we mentioned the awesome lineup of mad speedrunners that are attacking this list today. We can see 4 already up on your screen. Narblast, Corbett, Sacrion, Radioactive Man from Mars, and we also have 4 other runners, a total of 8 runners. Solo Andrade, we got M Simps, we got Brother Kyle, and Fede PG. So we got a killer lineup of top tier speedrunners that are going to give it their best, because anything can happen in this race. And I think we delivered a lineup of games that will hopefully even up the playing field on race day. What do you think about that one, Jimmy?
I think that there are plenty of barriers involved for these runners. Certain stopping points where they're going to maybe have a bit of an issue if they don't get things just right the first time. I think that we have plenty of opportunity to see lead changes left, right, and centre, maybe even some comeback finishes from the runners that we have at hand, especially when we get towards the bitter end of the event where we have the Lucky Dime Caper, that absolute leveler of video game ready for all these runners. And as we said a little bit earlier, giving lots of our runners utter nightmares. It should be it should be something, and I genuinely don't know who has this. As Shanna mentioned, JKL has unfortunately had to pull out of this race so far. Legendary JKL, world record holder in like about 1,000 different Master System games, so no JKL here. So it's anyone's game. It's anyone's game.
Well, do you have the screen up, Jimmy? Are you? Can you see the feed?
I'm all screened up, ready to roll. I can see our lovely runners on the screen. I can hear the lovely Booster Shane in my ears. I can see the absolutely gorgeous chat. Chat's really cute. We love the chat. We're nearly ready to go. Are we nearly ready to go?
I think so. I am going to go ahead and let everyone know on race time. Okay, and I think we're ready. I am going to set it off here. And we've got 10, 9, 8,
8,
7,
7, 6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1, and go!
We are off of the Sega Master 8 Part 2 of 2022. Everyone's starting. We have on the screen Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap. There's no dragon, there's just a boy. He's wonderful, going very specific routes so they don't get stuck in that silly loop that this game starts you off with. Again, Boost, you have a much bigger experience with this game, the speed run, than silly old chump like me. What are the runners are going to be trying to aim for first?
Well, the boss dragon that they're going to run right into right at the start of the game, he has kind of a tricky pattern, and you got to get into a nice rhythm to get consecutive hits. So I'm really excited to see if these runners can pull it off first try going into the first game this race. Let's see here with Corbett. Yeah, you can see he got stun locked there by the dragon. But here, Narblast was able to put 3 in a row.
I guess the good news is that you got quite a lot of health to start this off with, so it's not really that dangerous, but time-wise, you can lose a lot of time just by missing some of those jumps, missing some of those attacks, and not quite having that rhythm in place. But you want to collect as much gold as you can, just so you've got plenty to go for when you are trying to obtain that Dragon Mail.
Yeah, this part is very important with the blue flame because they are trying to get around 60 gold pieces. And if they don't get around that amount, that means they're going to have to farm it through the level. So you're going to see them slowly pick up these coins. However, if they're able to get that 70 mark, they're just going to rush through all the enemies. They don't need to collect another piece of gold. Both Nar and Corbett right now are sitting in good position to be able to pick up the armor upgrade and the sword upgrade, the mithril upgrades coming up.
Fantastic stuff. And of course, the runners have changed into a dragon away from being Wonder Boy, which allows you that lovely fire breath attack. But you have very, very low charisma. So one of the prerequisites to be able to obtain the Dragon Mail as the goal of this game is you cannot do with this current form. What form would you need to get to in order to get yourself enough charisma to have that ability to purchase the item, Shane?
Unless you're going to farm around for charisma points, because you can collect them through drops. Mouse Man is the first character that's able to purchase that. However, because of that, they're going to go into the lava level, which is where the Dragon Mail is located, very underpowered, and it can be a brutal level. And if you die in this game, you have to restart all the way back at the town. So you're talking about, you might die 5 screens away from your reset point, or perhaps 20 screens away from the reset point. So the main goal is don't die.
It's a good philosophy for life, I find. Yeah, certainly something to kind of adhere to, just to maintain a nice full quality of life. And we see Narblast, Corbett moving on into the town.
Very even so far. Both going into this first island level, and I gotta say, this island calypso music just makes my day. I will be so happy today after hearing this song.
Attaboy, good stuff. We do love ourselves some gorgeous soundtracks. Master System, very underrated soundtracks, surely. Beautiful jumps there from Corbett, just getting over the snakes. As we all are aware, snakes are bad for your health. And Narblast taking out a little crab rave, getting hit by a crab. And doing well so far. So yeah, certainly 2 pace setters at the moment. Corbett and Narblast at the top of the screen. Doing a very good job. Oh, Narblast dropping down.
That's going to lose quite a bit of time. That is definitely a reset point in the speed run, is if you drop down in the water. Luckily, he's not too far from the exit door. It definitely could have been worse. So he didn't lose too much time, but definitely a good chunk there.
Yeah, Saulo Andrade taking a small lead over Narblast, but Narblast having a much better end of that room. M-Sense in a similar place to where we just saw Andrade and Narblast. Corbett pushing that lead a little bit further forward. Fed PG a little bit slower behind, just getting through the cutscene to go to the town.
And we're going to see some death warps by all the players now. As soon as they obtain this key, you have to go all the way back to town, or you can just die. And if the RNG gods are with any of the runners today, they will land on a heart here with this elixir vial. Let's see if anyone...
Oh, Corbett missed by 1. Let's see how Narblast gets it.
Yeah,
Narblast
wasn't able to get it.
there.
I mean, that is a huge advantage to any of the runners that obtain that extra elixir. There's a few spots that you have to take really slow because they're very tricky and dangerous. And if you come in with an extra elixir, they can go a little bit more ham during those parts.
Mm-hmm. It's going slow to go fast, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always going to be the big thing with speedrun. It's always going to be the big thing with these older games. Quite often, you do have to be a little bit more cautious, and that caution is going to really, really allow you to push further forward later on in the game. The two runners at the top, Quabit and Narblast, practically identical. That's pretty scary how close that was to a sync. Purchasing a few items with their gold. They're now down to very, very low amounts of gold. They need to pick a lot more to be able to purchase the appropriate weapon to finish the goal in the world of lava coming up soon.
And Solo's not too far behind either. He is probably 2 or 3 seconds behind. So this section coming up in the desert can also create a few problems that could give anyone an advantage here. So it's still anyone's game. Definitely
really,
a chance
really close so far.
For a lot of back and forth. Absolutely.
Yeah. Looks like Narblast has an ever so slight lead here. We are looking at like a couple of seconds really rather than anything. So it's currently we have Narblast, we have... Actually, Radman's going really, really well. We haven't seen Radman be sprung on screen quite much, but it seems like Radman has gone very, very similar position to where Quabit is. That's a big change, actually.
He's actually ahead of Narblast. He is our leader at this
Radman,
moment.
what are you doing? The game has lied to me. But yeah, Radman with an ever so slight edge of the lead. It's between Radman and Narblast on the screen at the moment. They're practically in the same place. Quabit almost identically in place as well. Hello Andrade going on to the transition. SegaCrew a little bit further behind. Wow, we talk about it being anyone's game. Quabit and Narblast basically crossing screens in the same moment. This is great.
Oh, this is so exciting. And you know, there's so many tricky parts during this castle section that they just entered. There is a pig arrow guy coming up, and he can pretty much take out a full heart. So someone like Corbett right now that's sitting at a little less than a heart, this could be detrimental here. So let's see how he handles this. He might have to take this a little slow. Oh!
He took a death by Corbett!
That's a huge death there. That is... That's very devastating because he was about to enter the second part of this dungeon, and the fact that he has to now start from the town is a very big time loss. So our hearts go off to Corbett right there. But he still has time to get back into this race. You know, the great thing about this race is there's so many sections that these runners can practice all week on, put up these great times, and then when it comes to race day, there's different RNG elements thrown at them that could just take them any direction. And so let's not count out Corbett quite yet. He is an incredible runner, and if anyone can make up that time, it is definitely him.
And of course, it is still really early on in the entire Master 8 race. We're barely even 10 minutes in. We've had some fancy lead changes. We've had a death taking people far behind. Narblast definitely has a lead here. Not a huge amount over Salo Andrade, maybe half a screen or so, maybe a little bit more than that, actually, excuse me. But it's still very, very close between the top two runners at the moment. Quabit doing a pretty good job of getting back to where they was, taking a bit too much damage probably, but picking up some health refills to protect themselves. Narblast, very good duck there, just to avoid taking any extra unnecessary damage. Really, really good work.
Yeah, the tough thing about this game, too, is once you die in town, you don't refill all your health. So Corbett had to start this section off with 1 heart going in. And so that's why we're seeing him, definitely stop for these health drops, because he is very low on health going straight out of the town.
Narblast on the boss. Good shots to start with. Good dodging of the enemy's attacks and the patterns.
And this boss absolutely sucks. He's probably the worst boss in this game. He's very RNG heavy. You can really only land 3 hits, and if he doesn't give you a good pattern, such as there, he flies high, you can't get any hits. You do have some sub-weapons like the fireball or the arrows that will help, and I've seen Corbett go with the arrow strat. Hopefully we see that in action, but again, it all depends on RNG if they got the arrow drops at all.
It indeed. Narblast making a relatively quick work of this boss here. Salo Andrade is on them too. Radman a little bit behind Narblast. But Narblast certainly has the lead. As long as the patterns work out in the favour. There we go. That boss is down. Bye-bye Dragon. Hitting the blue flame. And now we have Mouse Man. Very, very little man on Narblast's screen.
And this is another section coming up where everything can go wrong. Narblast has, he's one of the leaders right now with Salo and Radman and Corbett, trying to get back to those leaders. And honestly, coming up here in this lava level, there's a couple of enemies that are coming up that could absolutely be a game changer. And so again, don't count out anybody right now. It is still anybody's race.
I would say don't count your chickens before you hatch, but it's more like don't count your dragons before they hatch. Because they, of course, come from eggs as well as chickens. Narblast certainly pushing that lead a little bit further forward. We haven't seen Radman nor Salo Andrade for a few moments. Here's Radman going through the door, pick up some items. Now Narblast is returning, as stated on the screen, back to town. So Narblast is back in town with those cute little mouses, going to get themselves to exactly where they need to go with the fire pits and those really, really full enemies who like to not play ball with what you're trying to do in the day.
Yeah, because of the goal in this game, obviously the runners are going to want to get to the goal as quick as they can, so they're definitely bypassing some of the drops and some of the other levels that were intended for Mouseman, where this level is certainly not. It's definitely a little YOLO coming in here, the way these guys do. Check out this strat that Narblast came in. That is one of the trickier sections, and the runners struggled with it for quite a bit of the month, but the setup that Narblast came up with this to run under those green goblins is hell of a strat.
Beautiful work from Narblast there, hitting the enemies and jumping over the Ginnies when they're coming down. Really, really good work to avoid that. As you said earlier, this is a really treacherous section of the game. You have to be really careful with these jumps. You take a lot of damage if you get hit by them. Pretty much if you take any damage at the moment, you're going to die, and then you get sent back to town. Just got to time these jumps really well. Nearly got hit there. Well, you got hit by the Ginny there, which is not good, but nearly got hit by the fireball. That would have been even worse. We've got Skelly Boy 1, Skelly Boy 2 down. Hitting the Flowies from Undertale. Got to be careful here, Narblast. Don't take any more damage, please. Otherwise, you might give me a coronary.
And also, there's a really good chance of damage boost into that lava, and that's not what you want to do. Here we go. We got the Dragon Mail, the first purchase. We have the first runner completing the first game. That is Narblast, ahead of everybody right now. We got Radman that's now entering the lava section, not too far behind. And, of course, Salo right there at the lava section, about to be the second runner to grab the Dragon Mail.
We have Narblast first, Salo second. We've got Radman just behind. Quabbit certainly made a lot of work. Brother Kyle going a lot slower, going a very, very different route than what we've seen so far. Running down a giant pyramid. Narblast just loaded up Dynamite Dux. Salo Andrade with very little health. Salo Andrade's got to be really careful here.
Oh yeah, this is very exciting. These
Oh, don't go away now! Why did it change? You sod!
Yeah, let's see when we come back if where he's at, if he survived that section. That was a pretty untimely transition on our part, but we should be back here shortly and see how he's able to pull that off. But Narblast there is on your favorite game.
I mean, that's arguable, but he's certainly on the first parts of Dynamite Dux. He's picked up the rocks very, very early on to allow himself a lovely bit of movement in order to get the enemies from afar. Now going to pick up a gun, shooting a rocket launcher into weird animals, losing the rocket launcher by getting hit. You pick up a weapon and you take any damage. You are going to drop the weapon, but it's easily pickupable. You want to get as much health as you feasibly can because you've only got limited lives in Dynamite Dux. We haven't seen Salo for a while, but Radman and Quabit are certainly on the fire section. Good jump kick there from Narblast, using the water to take out the fire. Good position in Narblast at the top of the screen. Still going to take damage, but going to pick up that weapon again, trying to put out the fire as quickly as possible. Once again, fire is bad for the health. Andrade's on Dynamite Dux, which is great news. So we have two people on Dynamite Dux. Narblast taking out the boss, actually going and getting the lower route of Dynamite Dux. That's a little bit slower, but hitting two enemies with one stone, not Dux this time. I'm going to be hitting two cats with one stone, or two dinosaurs with one stone. Are they dinosaurs or crocodiles or alligators? I don't know if their noses are long enough to be crocodiles. But yeah, as we can see, lots of frame drops here on Narbla's screen with me speaking in slow motion to match the speed of the game. Oh my word, it's terrible. But yeah, Narblas is using lots of punches and jump kits to try and avoid the enemies where possible. The hitboxes in Dynamite Dux are really, really weird. They don't generally make any sense. Narblas opting to avoid the machine gun weapon pickup. Probably to save a few extra sprites on the screen. But wait, there's even more and it's going to slow down lots of stuff. But we're going to come up and see the first major boss in the game very, very shortly. It's a pile of rocks! Yeah, so he's going to charge up a punch. He's going to try and uppercut the rock with a face. And try not to take too much damage. Once you have got that punch charged, you do damage with every frame that punch is on the screen, and he's got through that first boss, half health down. Narblas onto the second stage. Radman still going through the fire section. Quabit is now on Dux.
That's right.
Radman is certainly dropped behind. Radman's died again.
Oh, that's a tricky part right there. Obviously, he doesn't know the jump strat, the jump setup that the other runners have implemented recently.
And Narblas extending their lead at the moment. Salo Andrade, we've got a bit of a pause on our side of the screen. Not too sure what's going on there. There we go. Just a few drop frames. The game is dropping frames even on the runner's side instead of just on the game. That's ridiculous.
Fucking Dynamite Dux. Dynamite Dux.
And now Narblas is on probably the worst boss in Dynamite Dux, where you've got all these balls flying around, so you have to try and smack your balls as quickly as possible. Yeah, I said that, deal with it. But your main aim is going to be trying to get your balls that have eyes. Again, that sounds a bit weird. I probably should really think about the things I'm saying, especially when I'm commentating on video games.
Never think about the things you're saying. You just let it flow, Jimmy. Let it flow.
Let my balls flow. Nice, we'll get that.
Let it flow. Okay.
So he's doing a pretty good job of clearing out the straggling balls. Taking quite a lot of damage, though. He has to be really careful here not to lose too many lives at the very start of this stage. Because you want to try and maintain as many lives as possible, because the boss at the very end of the game, you pretty much have to lose at least one life, potentially even two. And he's taken that boss out, which is a mini-boss.
And a lot of bad luck here on the first game with Wonder Boy. We knew going in that the two major separators were going to be Wonder Boy, the first game, and then the last game, Lucky Dime Caper. And we're seeing it in effect right now with these runners, where you take a very untimely death, and you're just in this loop until you can finally get past it.
Quabit throwing plenty of bombs to try and avoid getting hit by the charging mice things. Narblas with a homing weapon, shooting out the sumo pigs and the weird dogs. He's
Get him out of there.
He's Quabit going to take... Yeah, Quabit's picked up the machine gun. Machine gun is quite useful because he can attack things from far away and kill them a bit quickly. And, of course, reduce the amount of sprites on the screen to speed up the game. Quabit's very close to the first boss of the first stage in Dynamite Dux. Narblas kicking the rabid dog. Again, he's just got to make sure he can punch the middle rock. 1, 2... much quicker kill for Quabit there on that first boss. Really, really good work. Saved a little bit of time there, quite a lot faster than Narblas had that boss. M-Sense is now on Dynamite Dux. Great work from M-Sense, moving a bit further forward, really close to, well, the second one I'm talking about, nearly on that mid-boss. Narblas pushing forward. Oh, and it's not a rock, it's a cloud this time! Again, similar strats. Hit a couple of the clouds out the way, uppercut the thing in the middle, it'll go down very quickly. Try not to get hit by the lightning, because this game doesn't want you to succeed. But there we go. Narblas, really good position for getting through the door as well. Didn't lose any frames on that one. Really, really good. Radman back on that run of the lava. Radman's having a lot. Radman's really struggling with this lava section in Wonder Boy. Sacrion still going through this first section of the second dungeon with Dragon Man. Ow. Yeah, Narblas again with some lovely weapon maneuvering. Oh yeah, there are some enemies in Dynamite Dux that can actually shoot bullets at you, and in this game you can punch bullets out of the air. Because apparently you are not just a duck, you are a ninja master. The enemy's a star! That's great. Again, you can uppercut it from underneath. You don't have to jump up and hit it, even though its hitbox is technically off the ground. But these uppercuts are super overpowered. That star nearly down, only a couple more hits. There he goes. Beautiful stuff from Quabit. So Narblas, excuse me. I'm getting so confused with Narblas and Quabit. They sound the same! M-Sense still getting through. Brother Carl has Mouse Man. Feta PG still with Dragon Man. But yeah, so Narblas has got a commanding lead so far. Doing really well.
Yeah, both of these runners have obviously put a lot of time in this game. Prepared for everything, know exactly what strats they're going to use for which sections, and
Radman's taken another death on the lava run.
Ooh, it's
Radman's
such
really
a tricky
struggling
section.
here.
It's a really tricky section. You don't belong there in the game. But these runners, they're trying to get there as quick as possible. So, these are some of the risks, rewards that you're willing to take.
Exactly. SegaCrew on the Dragon Boss. Jump fire, jump fire, jump fire. Getting 3 hits there. Good stuff. Radman, take it nice and easy, pal. Salo Andrade a little bit further ahead on the stage now. Taking out the American football rhinos who like sliding on the ground. I think they're American football rhinos or gridiron rhinos or grid rhinos or whatever you want to call them. Quite getting onto the Cloud Boss.
And so Brother Kyle, he's taking a very good safety strat in Wonder Boy there. He's going a little bit out of the way with Mouseman to get way better armor and weapons to help him on this level stage. So kind of the section where Radman's struggling with, Brother Kyle should be able to manage it a little bit better since he's a little bit more powerful and has more defense.
Narblast taking out the second fire in Dynamite Dux really easily. M-Sense taking on the Flappy Ball Boss. With his balls absolutely everywhere. And Narblast now is on, I can't remember the name of this place. I think it's Little Texas is the name of this stage with the racist caricatures. These are, of course, not representative of the views of SegaCrew. Certainly representative of attitudes at the time. They were wrong then and they are wrong now. But we still present these games as is because we believe it is important to still represent the ideals of the past as what they were and identify where they were troublesome. He's now fighting penguins in a lovely boiling hot climate desert. Yeah, great. This game makes no real sense.
Yeah,
and games no sense whatsoever.
And games aren't bad. They just have personality.
They do indeed. But of course,
that's all they're going for.
Not necessarily good. Salo Andrade on to the next stage now. Zacrion picking up the item. Brother Kyle on the final run there. Again, hopefully going to use that extra armor to avoid taking too much faff with the fire and the enemies. But Narblast really pushing further forward. Salo Andrade really not too far behind in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Just right there with the group. And, there's not a lot of time to gain in this game and not so much to lose either. So this should be pretty even coming out of Dynamite Dux into we get the Klax where it has a little bit more RNG and things can go, right or wrong for some of these runners.
Indeed. Feta PG still with Dragon Man, so much further behind the other runners. Let's get you love for Feta PG in the chat, everyone.
Throw him up.
Radman, I think Radman's really trying to think about what's going on, but he's certainly made a bit of progress. We just need to be careful here, make sure that he's not doing too many. Yeah, we go. He's got some health pickups there. Be very careful with your jumps, Radman. That was very, very close to you getting hit by the fire from the flower's face. There we go. Good stuff, taking it out. Getting hit. God. He's in the lava. Get out, Radman. Get out of the lava. He's nearly there. He's so close.
So close.
Radman. Oh my God.
Close.
Oh, Radman.
Oh,
no!
Okay.
He had a potion! Radman, how did you just about manage that? That's ridiculous!
Oh, my Lord. That was unfair of the game because the skeleton shouldn't be able to clip through your platform. Most of the time, he's going to bump his head. You won't get hit. Radman was in a safe place. The game almost screwed him right there.
Oh, Radman finally getting to the end of the goal in Wonder Boy 3. We still have very few of our runners in Wonder Boy 3 and lots of people moving on to Dynamite Dux. Narblast on the final stage, trying to maintain his weapon to the far end of the stage so that he can use it to take out the boss much quicker. Is he going to get lucky with the boss RNG? Because this boss can move around a lot and really, really cause you problems. Doesn't really like spending time in the one place, but you can sometimes lock his second form in a single place so you can just wail on him with your charged uppercuts. And Feta PG taking another death.
And, Impsons is very close to these leaders as well. He is, having a heck of a race. Obviously, he's put in quite a bit of time, knows these games very well, and, he's right with those front runners, so keep an eye on him.
Very much, very much. Narblast is now leaving the weapon, punching the bullets out of the air like a ninja master. Speaking of Ninja, we've still got Ninja Giaden to come. We've still got Klax to come. We've still got Lucky Dime Caper, Line of Fire. Oh my, it's just going to be something great. Narblast picking up health, getting to the last section of Dynamite Dux. It's going well. Wants to pick up this item. Try not to waste too many of the bullets as he gets onto the boss, but still wants to use it to try and get through. He's wasting bullets. What are you doing, Narblast? What are you doing? Never mind. There's still lots of enemies to come as well, so he wants to try and get through as quickly as possible. Yeah, they can just appear from nowhere sometimes. But Salo Andrade is also on the last stage as well. Getting really, really good. Getting really, really good. Good jump there from Narblast. And here is the final boss of Dynamite Dux. Again, charged uppercuts do plenty of damage with every frame that they're connecting with a boss. And you can move when you can't move when you're charging the uppercut, but once you've released the uppercut, you can charge it. That's the first stage down. Narblast is on the second part of the boss. RNG is really awkward on this one because he likes to run around and be a pain in everyone's neck. Exactly like that. He's a little fool.
He's staying pretty close to the center though. He's getting pretty decent RNG on this fight.
And he's down, Narblast! Taking Dynamite Dux! 2 for 2 for Narblast!
And only 25 minutes into this race, and Narblast is already heading into the third game. This is unbelievable pace.
Amazing stuff. Corbett on that last stage as well. Radman halfway through Dux. It's the 90s. It is time for Klax. As we are aware, every single year, every single decade is the 90s.
And there's time for Klax.
And there's always time for Klax. We concur with that statement and that sentiment. It's so, so good.
Because before, there wasn't time for Klax. Even if it was around, it'd be like, there's no time for this. We just can't work this game into our life. But the 90s happened, and thank God, because now there is time for Klax.
Thank God for Klax, as they say. Salo Andrade on the last little boss of Dux. Couple more hits, and he should be down. He's having a relatively good boss pattern. And then he goes down in good position for the door to come up. And that's time for Salo Andrade. Fantastic stuff on
Salo is only a minute behind Narblast right now, just as a minute. So he is right there. And Klax, again, there's a few stages here where they have some great strats to end these levels well, or very quickly. But if you don't get the RNG, you might have to take a couple intentional deaths and lose some time. So let's take a look at what Narblast does here. He is a Klax Pro, and we're going to see some very cool strats.
You have to make sure that when you are choosing your color scheme for the Klax blocks, that you choose them in a appropriate one. Otherwise, you might get stuck with putting a green on top of an ever so slightly lighter shade of green. That's incredibly difficult to tell depending on your capture.
Yep, exactly.
Corbett on the final boss of Dux.
Yep, about to join the rest of the Clackers.
Oh, and his little boss is playing a silly buggers. He is not doing right here. And you see running around like an idiot. There we go, Quarbit getting that kill through the door in a few moments' time. And Quarbit is done with Dux. Great work from Quarbit. M-Sense about taking on the Penguin. Feta PG still with Dragon Man in Wonder Boy. It's a great race so far. Great race so far. And just pointing out what No Diggity said in the chat with colorblind players getting the extra 0.5%. This game has colorblind choices. So if you do feel that you can't see the correct colors, you can change the color set so it actually becomes a lot more easy to manage.
It still sucks, but it's a little more manageable, but it still sucks. But Narblast right now is trying to go for a diagonal setup here to end this level shortly rather than score the points. So you're going to see him collecting specific Klax he wants because he realizes all he needs is 2 diagonals. Wave 4 is done. I love this strat that's coming up on Wave 5. You just have to get rid of 40 tiles. So we're going to see him collect most of these tiles and then just throw them back out on the conveyor belt. And he'll be able to use the same tile multiple times to be counted in that meter. And there we go. Look at that.
Just ridiculous.
Juggle strat. That's right. Ridiculous.
Quarbit on wave 1. Salo Andrade on wave 3. Narblast going on to the 6th wave.
And Corbett catching up as well. He is already on wave 2. He's only a single wave behind from Salo. So he's obviously made up a little bit of time here on Klax already.
Yeah, just that RNG change can be an absolute blast. Narblast getting some pretty good RNG. I say that now, but he's just had a little bit worse RNG in Klax.
Yeah, and Wave 8 is really going to be the difference maker. That's the one where they have a specific setup where you go for a diagonal that sets up a 5-tile Klax drop. So it's kind of like Mean Bean where you combo it and it gives you an instant, wave clear. So it really just depends on if you can get the tiles to set it up, though. So we'll see what happens coming up.
Narblas taking out Wave 6 without any issues there. Quabit on Wave 3. Taking up one more diagonal. He's going to smash it. There we go. Beautiful 4 diagonal to take the end there. M-Sense on the last stage of Dux. Fed PG with a jump very, very close to where he needs to be to get through to that next boss in Wonder Boy. Yeah, Quabit's having a great time with Klax. Really, really good time with Klax. Narblas trying to get these diagonals. Do a little bit of tossing and turning. There we go. Perfect landing and getting that diagonal there. Just a bit of patience in place. A second diagonal, beautifully timed. Radman halfway through Dynamite Dux. Fed PG still having a few issues with this section of the game. And Quabit looks like he's going to go into juggle strats. Yeah, great juggle strats there from Quabit. Radman on the Starman, waiting in the sky. And Sacrion taking a death on the Sumo Piggies, but it's okay.
Still plenty of lives there.
Yeah. You get lives given randomly, seemingly, on Dux. It doesn't really make head nor tails about how you get them, but Sacrion jump kicking bullets out of the air.
Oh, excuse me, I'll be Wave 9.
Wave 7, wow! We've got 6, we got 7, we got 8 on the screen at once, but trying to get these diagonals is a much slower process on Wave 7.
Mm-hmm.
So close.
And I misspoke. It's Wave 9 that they'll be trying to set up for like the Mean Bean combo. Narblast just reaches Wave 9. Let's see how many, times it takes him to get the right RNG set up here. I believe he will go for this strat. So let's see what kind of colors that he's able to get. So he's going to try to set up this diagonal, but he also wants to set up another combo. It looks like he's just going to go for whatever in the meantime until he can get the tile as he wants. So again, this is going to help some of the other runners get a little bit closer.
Indeed, we saw Saulo getting really good luck with the diagonals on the Klax, even getting a double diagonal pretty early on in there as well, so saving themselves lots of time. M-Sense on the final boss of Dynamite Dux, Brother Kyle punching on the weird smooth rocks that get destroyed. As long as he destroys his balls quick enough, should be absolutely fine to get through. One more hit on the bottom ball, and on the higher ball should be one more hit now. There we go, lovely stuff. Just missed that turning on the ball. Fed PG still having a bit of a struggle here, getting through the sarcophagi.
And I'm curious if Narblast had planned this before or was just going to play it by ear to see what happens, because he wasn't going for the strat there. It looked like he was playing it legitimate, just trying to clear what he could. I wonder if he came in thinking, I'm going to try to play this safe, or if he was thinking, I'm just going to take what the game gives me.
Sorry to interrupt there. We just saw M-Sense take a death on the final boss, which lost all his lives, which means he had to continue. So he's back to the start of the stage. So a lot of time lost there from M-Sense on the longest stage of the game. Radman's in Little Texas.
Well, and this is a huge development right now because Narblast is still trying to get Wave 9 going, and Corbett is just about to join him on Wave 9. He's got the tile juggle going, and there he goes. He's going to be in, it looks like Nar just cleared it. They are exactly one wave behind each other now.
Wow. Sacrion's making progress in Dux, and Salo Andrade's on Wave 10. Only these 2 horizontals. Do we have a lead change? We have a lead change. Salo Andrade just needs 2 horizontals.
That's it. At some point there, I'm guessing he went for the Wave 9.
He's taking the 2 horizontals. That's Wave 10 gone.
Fantastic. That is unbelievable.
Wave 10 gone for Salo Andrade. That's incredible.
I'm guessing he went for the Wave 9 combo strat and was able to clear that wave quickly. We see that that Corbett looks like he's trying to set it up too, but it looks like he's also changing his strategy just depending on what the game's giving him. Not able to build that diagonal now. He's probably going to be here stuck on Wave 9 for a little bit, giving Nar and Solo a little bit more of a head start on Tom and Jerry. But Tom and Jerry, I do have to set up with Tom and Jerry that JKL has said many times that Tom and Jerry isn't the problem game in the race unless you're trying to win it. So this could be the make or break game, depending on if you can get these fast grabs. We're gonna see if you haven't seen the speed run to Tom and Jerry before. Your mind's gonna be blown. It's about a 1.5-minute speed run for 6 levels, and it's all about getting these quick grabs through use of timing and inputs. And we're gonna see if Narblast can get some of these. They do have some backups, but if you have to finish this stage dev intended, you're going to lose so much time in this race. And it's all about he's going to have to go for the backup here.
That's a shame. But speaking of JKL, who has joined us in the commentary booth, none other than JKL themselves.
Oh, the legend.
Indeed. I'm currently feeding my cat because I haven't been home all day, but I'm at the computer right now.
Welcome
talk about
back
this
to the race, JKL.
JKL completely destroyed this game learning it, so please, by all means, walk us through this one.
Well, as you were saying, it's extremely important to get quick catches, especially on the stage Gnarblast is on currently, which he missed, which will cost him around, I would say, half a minute, if not more. And the way you get quick catches is that you need to manipulate Jerry in the correct way. And it's basically frames.
Sorry, Andrade was really close on that quick catch then. Good gracious. So it's literally pixels away from a quick catch there on Andrade's side. Lots of bombs coming from Jerry on Andrade's side of the screen. It's pretty tense so far. Narblast and Salo Andrade are on the same stage. There are only a couple of screens difference. Really close from Narblast's side as well. Quabit's moving on to Tom and Jerry. He's finally got through Klax. Salo Andrade getting the end of stage 3, taking on Jerry. Wow, sorry to interrupt, JKL. My apologies, but that just got really tense. And then since it's on wave 1 of Klax, Brother Carl making his way through Dux.
Yeah, I think when people have been talking about the favorites in this race, I haven't heard anyone speak about Saude Andre. But I think he came in 2nd place last year, I believe. So he is definitely someone that can take the top place here.
Really showing his quality there. Narblast with a really, really quick grab at the end of stage 5 there.
Yeah, this level coming up is the most important one. So if he gets it here, he will save a lot of time.
He gets it! Yeah. Amazing stuff from Narblast. He finishes the game with that grab. Amazing work. And then another lead chase. Salo Andrade is much further behind. That's amazing stuff. Narblast back in the lead, taking on Line of Fire. Immediately coming up shortly.
That was a heck of a run by Nar, and already into Line of Fire, already halfway done with this list. Narblast at 37 minutes is incredible pace.
Yeah, and Line of Fire is a game was it like 3 days ago that I told people about the speed strat in that game?
Yeah, it was very, very recently, and it's changed the game and how it's played by a huge margin. It really has.
Yeah, it's way more dangerous to play it right now than it was at the start of the race, basically. You will see that Gnarblast is hugging the top of the screen, or as far as top as you can go, just because the game will go a little bit faster when you do that on the stages where you are playing with the Jeep, basically.
Salo Andrade having a bit of an issue with this stage here on Tom and Jerry. Quabit's getting close to the capture. Quabit just missing that capture there.
Yeah, there's another quick catch here if he can. Yeah, he got it.
Great stuff from Quabit. Catching up to Salo Andrade. Salo Andrade is really having a bad stage here. Having a bad stage.
If Quabit gets the quick here, they will be basically tied. Oh, yeah, they will be basically tied.
And there we go. It's almost a sync on the screen from Quabit and Salo Andrade to pick up the end of Tom and Jerry, joining Narblast on Line of Fire.
Incredible that they were able to get the catch at the same time, coming into Line of Fire at the, a few seconds behind, joining Narblast, which is really important because there's not a lot of time saves with Line of Fire. It's a shooter, so it's just about time losses in this game. So they got to make sure they don't die. They got to 1 credit continue this goal. But as long as they can stay with Narblast and line of fire, there is plenty of time for them to make up this time difference.
Oh, 100%, especially with Lucky Dime Caper at the very, very end of the run as well. That's as everyone is having lots of nightmares about it, that can certainly take away all the time save. It can even out any time loss that's been in play with a really, really good run. Narblast having a pretty good effect up to this boss.
And I think
too much damage.
And I think people are underestimating.
I think he is going to die here.
Oh, he's already down to lost life there.
He probably. That was a bad hit right at the end. He basically wanted to finish at high life because you get score based on your life points remaining.
Yeah, so that's big, because if he's not able to get to the 500,000 points by the end of stage 4, he might be the only racer going into stage 5, where some of these other racers could finish by stage 4. So that could be a big time loss that we won't see until later on into this challenge.
Indeed. Yeah. Stage 5 is a big difficulty spike in comparison to the first 4 stages, and some of the stages can be relatively tough in the first place, especially with all the bullets going forward. It's very, very tough.
Yeah, I did a full speed run of this game, and I had to take a game over before stage 5 because I just couldn't beat that stage without taking at least 1 death.
I believe
moving horizontally instead of vertically to actually definitely get over to the other side of that river. Really, really taking care to avoid any extra damage being taken by the bullets from the helicopters. You've only got limited amounts of missiles, so you have to be really careful with when and where you're using it. And you can pick up some, but they can be very easy to run out of missiles, which means that any boss that's not on the ground, you can't damage them, which is annoying.
That's also a new strat going horizontal on that river that the runners have been experimenting with. It was recently found by Radman that you want to push the screen forward. You can get a little bit faster of a scroll that, through the duration of this game, can reduce your time by a full minute. So we're going to see a lot of these runners take these jumps at the midpoint of the screen rather than hang back.
Quabit seems to be taking intentional damage here.
Yeah.
I don't know. He wants a full life bar.
Oh, right, that would be why, yeah, of course.
I don't know if I agree with that unless you're going for a stage 3 finish.
Narblast taking out that second stage boss really, really well. Salo Andrade's got all his lives in place. As you can see, Narblast smidgen under 300,000 points. Salo Andrade about 150,000. Very, very similar point stages for Salo Andrade and Quabit. If they keep this up, it could be down to a sync to get the crossover into the next game as well. And Narblast on a boat.
And even though
he could be in anything, he could be on a boat.
Yep.
And I'm really anxious to see if Corbet's strat of taking that intentional death will be worth it, because he obviously had to lose a little bit of time to set it up, and Salo was able to regain the lead there. But we'll see if Corbet's able to obtain the points goal quicker because of that death.
Yeah, and we gotta remember that Corbett is a really good Ninja Gaiden runner as well.
So, world record holder. Yeah.
Yes. So he should be making up a little bit more time on Gunnar there.
Quabit curving those missiles like he's James McAvoy in the film Wanted. They're destroying the supply truck to get themselves a few more missiles, but avoiding those tiny little bullets, which is surprisingly difficult to do. You have so little room to maneuver when it comes to line of fire. Really, really have. So trying to actually avoid these sometimes like dozens of bullets on the screen at once it's not a straightforward task. He's got 3 vehicles on there. He hits a vehicle, it destroys, but he's got bullets coming in from the left, right, the center. And he's got people throwing grenades at him as well. A car that's just parked up, and he still has to do this jump. Brother Kyle on the last stage of Dynamite Dux. We haven't forgotten you, Kyle.
I'm really
got a lot going on.
I'm really impressed with line of fire because they throw a lot of projectiles at you. There's a lot of animation going on right now in Narblast's screen, and there's no slowdown on this. They developed a very well-made game with line of fire.
Very much so. Salo Andrade clearing stage 2. Taking over 300,000 points there. Quabit taking a death. Quabit is
living on the edge.
Ooh, that's scary.
Quarbit.
He is on the edge here. I think in stage 3 he should be able to pick up an additional life because of the bonus points, though. So, it might not be. He might know what he's doing.
Should be Narblast.
And stage
Checking the goal.
3 and 4 is fairly easy as well compared to the first two, so it should be a little bit easier.
And we can already see the point differential. Corbett has, even though he's behind Solo in terms of the placement in the game, he does have a higher score by 25,000.
And Narblast, of course, 420,000 points. Nice.
Right there, he's so close. He beats this boss, and he should be able to complete this goal and move on to the next game.
Wow, it's tense. This is proper tense. We are certainly seeing a fantastic race here. I hope everyone in the chat is having a wonderful time while we are seeing Master8 Part 2 2022, which is where we have chosen a carefully curated selection of 8 Master System games to be run back to back as fast as possible, not necessarily completing the game, but achieving certain tasks that have been set by the organisers, myself, Booster Shane, and the lovely Bacon Omelette, who's actually going to be playing in a Shinobi race very, very soon, so I haven't been able to be here today. Narblast being attacked by rocks coming from the left and the right, shooting the helicopters out the air, doing a really good job, but Narblast is currently in the lead. Salo Andrade and Quarbit basically neck and neck for second. It's barely anything between them. There's a small amount of game, but not really much.
Yeah, Solo's not the boss right now, so we'll see how far back Corbett here is momentarily when he reaches the boss right now.
Corbett's
so it's
certainly taking damage that he didn't intend to. Of course, Corbett's having to be really, really careful here because Corbett doesn't have any health that he can afford to lose. Because if he takes a death, then he loses all of his points. And because you have to get 500,000 points in the 1cc in order to pass this goal, if he doesn't do that, then he has to restart the game from its beginning.
And Narblast took an intentional death there. He knew he had an extra life. He wanted the higher life refill to get these bonus points. This should put him up over 500k, and he should be ending this goal here. There it is. And
Narblast has been having a commanding lead from the end of the first game all the way up to the end of this one. But now we've still got a few more left to go. Ninja Gaiden Pacifist getting to the end of 3-4. No enemies killed. We've got to keep our beady eyes on this one just to make sure that he doesn't accidentally, secretly, or otherwise kill any enemies.
And Corbett so close to that goal, and Solo coming in at stage 4 with 439k and plenty of lives. He is in a perfect spot to finish this challenge.
Beyond taking on Klax, getting to wave 6 at the moment, making good progress through there. Has to clear off the 5 different Klaxes, 4 left to go. Doing really, really well. But as you said, Salo Andrade certainly has the advantage over Quarbit at the moment because Quarbit has no spare health left to lose. Brother Kyle is back to relatively early on in Dynamite Dux. I believe he must have game overed.
Yeah, Dynamite Dux as a blind game is not as easy as it seems because you only have those lives. If you lose them, you're going to start over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I talked to him about the race right before we got started, and there's a few games he played and a few that he hadn't, and he hadn't played this one. And I asked him, okay, well, do you know about the Super Punch? And he was like, well, now I do. So he's going very blind to this game.
Yeah, brother Kyle usually goes into races blind, so he is used to just figure things out during races.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Narblast certainly making quick effort of these first couple of screens of Ninja Gaiden, going really, really fast, doing a really, really good job. And just watching this game in action, especially in comparison to what we've been able to see of this event so far, it's such a different tempo, it's such a different pace. It's really, really pretty. Feda PG still having struggles early on in Wonder Boy, but yes, it's going really well so far. Salo Andrade, Quarbit on this boss.
Yeah, Quarbit gotta play it so safe. Oh, he knows about using the jump to shoot down the boss. That's good.
That's good. Yeah, Salo Andrade is just taking out that boss. Salo Andrade doing really, really well.
Oh, and there's Corbett too. Just took him out as well. I mean, they're neck and neck.
That's ridiculous. Radman versus Jerry at the moment.
And now we have
taking out that first boss in Ninja Gaiden. Nice.
And Corbett is exactly where he wants to be because he's entering Game 6. He is the world record holder in any percent in this game. And Gnarblast is no slouch either, but there should be a little bit of time that Corbett can make up on this game since he's been, such a dedicated expert at it for the last few months, grinding down the any percent.
And one of the reasons why we made a decision to get Ninja Gaiden in this race was because of how much interest there was shown in Ninja Gaiden, the kind of standard 80% run over the last couple of months. But we wanted to do it a little bit differently, hence why we got the pacifist mode in place. And Gnarblast is doing a very good job of not killing any enemies so far. Have to be really careful with some of these jumps because they are little buggers who come out of the way of these enemies. They really, really are.
It is definitely one of the best games on the Master System. It's also, a great speed run. The community is starting to thrive. They're even starting to talk about races, possibly, and it's very cool. And it's also great to see Sonic Kustar. I see that he's up in chat because he runs the pacifist category for this. And when we set the goal for this, there were only 2 pacifist runners at the time, Sonic Kustar being one of them. So it's great to see that he's able to see his legacy going into this race.
Very good work there from Gnarblast, boosting into the other side of the screen, running back so the enemy despawns, so he doesn't have to get it to pick up the pickup from the pickup. That's funny. Pick up the item from the scroll.
And I always love how Sega loves to put their logo in background elements. Because why not? Every store is Sega, every truck is Sega, every movie theater is playing Sega.
Gnarblast being really careful with his attacks here. Does not accidentally killing an enemy, which is sending back to the very start of the game. Oh, that was very close then.
Yeah, we were very strict about this pacifist, and we let them know, even if you kill one of the enemies on this boss fight, that is a game reset. It's not an intentional death. It's not start the level over. It is a reset. So you'll see a lot of these boss fights. They may take a little bit slower because it's worth losing the seconds to not have to reset.
And Gnarblast is on stage 3 right now. So Gnarblast is coming up. The last couple needs to get in the last few screens of this game. Excuse me. Do the last boss, and then he will be able to move on to the last 2 games, which should be something incredible to watch. This has been fantastic so far.
Corbett getting so trolled by the bird.
Yeah, those birds are evil, and he wasn't able to despawn them, and they just went havoc on him. Let's see how Solo handles the bird despawns. You can despawn the birds in this run, but it's not very consistent. So we'll see them pop back in the screen if the runners aren't able to get rid of them. And Solo definitely had a much better time with those birds, but they're coming back up here on Corbett's too. We'll see if he can get some better despawns coming up.
Not doing a good damage boost through the spikes there. Spikes, of course, bad for your health.
True story.
True story. Don't be careful with these jumps there. Lovely jump from Saulo Andrade to climb up that tunnel to get onto the next screen. Really, really good work.
And Radman now moving on to Line of Fire, and he actually had the top time in Line of Fire during the build-up to this race. So hopefully he can make back a little bit of that time and join the rest of his Ninja Gaiden buddies in
Orbit nearly dropping to his doom there. Very good recovery. Good gravy.
Oh my gosh. That was close. Those birds, they mean business. They don't care. They are going to destroy your run and laugh about it later.
Carver's just being very careful with his movements and very careful with his attacks so he doesn't accidentally take any damage.
I love his strat here because he'll turn around to take the damage and backwards damage boost so he can set himself up for another attack on the boss. It's a great setup. It might be a little bit slower, but you know what? It's very effective.
Given that you still have to take the time just to make sure that you don't accidentally kill any enemies, going a bit slower is certainly.
And Gnarblast is done.
Oh, there we go. He is done with Ninja Gaiden.
I actually think that Gnarblast might have gained time on Corbett from what I saw.
I believe you're right. I believe you are right. M-Set's on Tom and Jerry. Doing a pretty good job
Corbett
so far.
had a few struggles with some of the birds, but You know, I think a lot of people might be overlooking how bad Golden Axe Warrior.
Golden Axe was the game. If I was entering, Golden Axe would be my pee in the pants game, basically.
The one that scares you the most.
Yeah, because it's so easy to die at the final boss for this goal. That is.
Yeah, your character has such awkward movement. You have to take these big, wide turns, and it is very easy to walk into some of these enemies, and they can hurt a ton. You can all of a sudden accidentally walk into 2 enemies and have to start an entire labyrinth from the beginning. So,
yes.
It can be a little tricky.
Yeah, the joys of when you take damage from 2 things at once. And instead of just giving you some nice iframes, it just goes, nope, there's more damage! Ha ha ha! Screw to be you!
Oh no, there's only iframes for the enemies. You get a few, but the enemies have like a dozen iframes. They're oh my goodness, jerks.
Narblast just starting in Golden Axe Warrior with the wait time between the games, just to leave a little bit of fairness for those who are playing on emulator versus playing on original console. We've got a lot of console runners in this event. And that is great to see. It really, really is great to see.
I agree. I understand. I started on emulator. Whatever it is to get your foot in the door. So I'm so happy that emulator is out there. But I'm always about getting the real hardware, playing on what the system originally was. Plus, not everyone's a fan of the Genesis sound chip, and it sounds even worse on emulator. So it's bearable on hardware if you're not a fan of the sound chip.
Indeed, that is a very, very good point. But yeah, and of course, a lot of this is about accessibility as well. So we do want to make sure we are getting as many people trying these fantastic games as possible. If they have to do it via emulation, then there is nothing wrong with doing that. When it comes to Mega Drive stuff, because Mega Drive emulation is still a little bit spotty, even 30 years down the line, it's a bit different. But things like Master System games, the emulation is pretty reasonable nowadays, pretty accurate. So it's certainly a good way of playing games, and it means that you get access to some incredible classics which you may have ignored from yesteryear. I mean, recently I've just started running Tales Adventure on the Game Gear, the Master System version, but it was on the Game Gear, and I've never had the opportunity to play it until very recently, and I've really missed out. It's a fantastic game. A lot of these runners have probably never played Line of Fire before. Lots of people haven't really spent that much time with Dynamite Dux, but they've had the opportunity to really spend a lot of time with it, break world records with it. It's just a great experience.
And we have Corbett and Salo both entering Golden Axe Warrior, just right behind each other. So very intense race between these top 3 runners. Again, you can tell the amount of time and dedication they put into this race. And I think a lot of that is because not only were the games fun, but the goals were really good goals. And I got a shout out to Jimmy for helping make that happen, because he put a lot of effort into constructing this list, and I think that it really made him feel good when he saw how much the runners enjoyed the list as well.
Oh my word, yeah, the engagement that people like JKL, Radman, Krabi, etc. have shown towards both the goals as well as the games chosen, it helps me justify the decisions that I've made over the last few years to really spend more time with video games. So that's quite nice. Narblast just staying in the doorway to avoid taking damage from the big hunky chunky dude. Going back in to avoid the death animation.
Let's get a bunch of crystals instead of orbs. We'll bring that. That'll be our Sega thing. Crystal! Please
Shiny! Well, what type of crystals are they? Are they rubies? Are they opals? Are they diamonds?
They're all different kinds because they're different colors. So I think one of each.
Done. Fair enough. They're all the different.
Each boss represents one of the different crystals. I don't know, but there's something there. Really bad RNG by Corbett there. He just wants this battle axe, and he had to kill 2 skeleton guys to get it. Most of the time, you can just walk in there and open the chest. Every screen is packed full of RNG, depending on enemy placement, the type of items they may drop. The only thing that is fixed is where these key drops are. However, there are key drops, bonus key drops an enemy could potentially drop. They're very rare, but if that does happen, that does mean that a runner can skip one of the key rooms. And, that will definitely save seconds to maybe even a full minute.
Just give a shout out to Golden Axe Warrior, just how good it looks. It has no right to look as good as it be as smooth and as fun playing as it is.
What really impresses me about this game is, sure, you can call it a Zelda ripoff. It came out 5 years later, but they did not need to put this much time and effort into a Zelda clone ripoff 5 years after the fact. You could tell that even though this was probably just a cash grab, hey, Sega players don't have Zelda, let's make a Zelda game. They put a lot of love into this, from the level designs to the color palette to the sprite design. He is just so adorable, and the music is rocking, and I love this game.
Yeah, as you really should. And frankly, as a lot of people should do for Master System games in general. What a fantastic underrated console. Really, really is. Mm-hmm. And that's why we have things like this with the Master 8. We've got lots of games that people haven't played. Bloody well play them. This is a good excuse to do so. And as we can see, though some of these runners are genuine world class, and it might be quite daunting to go up against them, we're an hour in. This is game 7. You've got an opportunity to play these games. Take up an hour and a half of your time with some great people. Learn these games with some really, really fantastic people, some fantastic tutors as well. So much strats being shared. The next time this comes around, when the Game Gear event comes around, get involved. Have a go at these games. It doesn't matter if you're not going to be the fastest thing in the world. You're here to have fun. You're here to play great games. You're here to have the camaraderie and the community that we have here at the SegaCrew. And it really has made me proud just how well the community has done with these games, and how happily they've accepted everything that's been thrown at them with aplomb and joy. It's fantastic. And speaking of the Game Gear event, Shane, when's that happening?
July 16th, and I just want to echo everything you said, because even if you don't get involved in these races, just the exposure to these games, I knew nothing about Game Gear except for my sister had one, and I maybe played Echo a few times on it. But when MSIMS brought up the idea and I started exploring the library to pick the games, I fell in love with it. The Game Gear has one of the best libraries, especially if you're an old school 8-bit RPG fan. They have so many epically amazing RPG games on the Game Gear. And that's what these events are all about, is even teach hardcore Sega fans like myself a whole new library that I had no idea existed. And I'm just so happy that we can bring all these exciting races to you. We got great people like Jimmy and Bacon who want to give up their time to help get these lists. Ozrim helped us with the Game Gear list. We'll definitely bring him back for that. And then, of course, No Diggity on the tech side to make these races and events look so darn good and so professional. So that way, when people are watching this, they can enjoy these games and sit back and, have something beautiful to look at.
Of course, as fans watching these games being played, it's a great way to spend an afternoon or a morning or an evening, or stupidly early in the morning if you're Sacrion in Oz.
Yeah, indeed.
Starting at 3 o'clock in the morning like an absolute loon. Why? Brother Kyle is on Klax. Brother Kyle is going to Klax themselves out.
Heck yeah. And we got Narblast. He is on the last labyrinth here. This one's a little bit slower. He's trying to clear out this room to open up a key room up above. So he's got a lot of enemies to deal with. Corbett's already taken down the second boss. He is now going to make his way to the third labyrinth. He's going to kill himself here. I think this is a great strat. This is going to spawn him right into the town. It's going to save him, probably a good 20-30 seconds right there.
And Salo Andrade is certainly not too far from clearing up the second labyrinth as well. But Narblast certainly has an insurmountable lead at the moment, doing really, really well.
And Salo went for the safe strat and got the magic, which is a really good race strat.
Yeah, you'll see these runners, they'll pick up this golden apple, and you have two camps. Some of the camps will keep the golden apple and use it for backup health against this third boss if they need it, or you can give the golden apple to a character in Golden Axe Warrior who will reward you with magical powers. And Solo has those, and those powers are really come in handy because now you can attack with distance. The biggest, toughest challenge with this game is that your hitbox, your hurtbox, weapon hurtbox is very close your own hurt box, and therefore it's very easy to take damage just trying to hit some of these characters. So the fact that you can have some ranged magic, especially against this boss coming up, is a huge advantage, even if it took him a little bit out of the way.
There we go. Narblast using the golden apple to get their health back at the very, very about halfway through the boss. Excuse me.
And Narblast.
Be careful here. There we go.
Nice.
Great shot from Narblast. Taking out.
That is Golden Axe Warrior for him. That was very scary. I was very excited. There's not a lot of runners for Golden Axe Warrior, and so to see all these great runners pick up this game and come up with new strats. That boss that Narblast just fought is one of the worst in the game. He's all RNG based, where he turns into this ball where he's indestructible, and you don't know when he's going to turn in the ball, how long he's going to turn into the ball. But these racers, when they put in the work, were able to manipulate him that if you stay at the top of the screen, he'll transfer out of the ball immediately if he tries to go into ball mode. And so, again, that's another reason these races are amazing. You have runners like Narblast or Corbett or JKL finding out these new strats that have never been discovered because we have new eyeballs on these games.
And that's pretty much all any games community or speedrun community wants. New eyes on their games, so more people can learn them, more people can find strats, and more people can talk about them and share those interests and really, really keep everything involved with making sure that the games are kept alive as they go forward. And that's always going to be an issue when it comes to older games, is that we want to keep these games alive. And some of them are 30 plus years old now, and it's very, very hard to get hold of them. So if we can keep them alive, then they're going to be available for the next generation of speedrunners that come up in 3 or 4 years,
And we saw Corbett take down the third boss. He had to use the golden apple, a great safety backup there. And Solo now is heading towards he's heading towards the second boss, so he's getting close as well. Yeah, and my goal with Golden Axe Warrior, I don't want the Zelda comparison. So if we can get more speedrunners running Golden Axe Warrior than Zelda, we only need like 300 or 400 more speedrunners to pick up this game, and then we'll be at the same level. So get out there, guys, pick this game up.
I guess.
Beautiful.
I guess I could create like 200-300 speedrun accounts and just do 200-300 runs of it.
Thank you, JKL. Thanks for taking one for the team.
Brutal.
And Brother Kyle, I'm not sure if he's new to Klax, but already on wave 4, he's already picking up this game quick if he is going into this challenge blind. And Narblast, there we go, and Corbett on the final game. Probably the most dreaded game for all these runners. Most of them, I think Corbett's the only one that came out of this experience liking this game.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh like that.
It's okay to laugh. That's why we put it in here. It's a challenge. That was one thing that I was, so happy to have Jimmy involved in the selection of these games because, I would, come up with a idea for a game, or he would, and then I'd be like, I don't know, this might be too tough. And he's like, it's supposed to be a challenge, Booster. It's a race, it's supposed to be a challenge.
With that accent as well, exactly what it was, yeah.
Good, Jimmy. It should be hard to finish a race. Yeah. Because there are people that are just doing this for bragging rights, to say oh, I completed these 8 games in one go. It's very important that those people also get their use.
Mm-hmm. They want to be challenged as well. Absolutely, that's what the whole reason of these games are.
Mm-hmm. That death from Narblast has actually pulled Quabit quite a bit further back. Salo Andrade's dropping behind, struggling a little bit on the goal for Golden Axe, but Narblast taking out the boss.
And I believe Corbett's PB on this game is just about a minute faster than Narblast. So Corbett could be pulling out an epic comeback here. We'll see what happens.
I think Narblast hasn't updated his PBs, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I think I saw him get a 16-minute time in this game.
Oh man, that's like second place on the leaderboard. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so I know. No, I saw the end of the run, and he said he only had one death, and it was his first time beating the game without game overing. So it's probably something that's really rare, but
yeah, that's definitely with this game. You never know what's going to happen, and we'll see a lot of runners, which is rare in a speedrunning race, that will actually stop in a run, turn around, and grab an extra health or an extra life because they're that worried about game overing.
But yeah, so Quabit doing a pretty good job with the boss of stage 2. Yeah, it's about a minute behind from where Narblast was, so if that minute can come to fruition, it's still anyone's game. It really, really is.
Ooh, he lost
Narblast
his hammer,
taking damage from his hammer.
This is a tough level to lose the hammer in as well.
And this part is really scary to do with no extra hits, but he managed it fine.
Oh, right there. Oh, man. You really want that hammer.
Oh,
no! Oh, my God!
Oh, that's a huge
greedy.
time loss. I think now we're probably just talking about half a minute between them.
Yeah, as long as Corbett can maintain this, again, he can make mistakes just as easy. This game is very, very unforgiving. It doesn't have the best hit detection. So, anything can happen here. As we have Solo on the last boss here, he's about to join everyone else on. Takes a death there.
I knew someone would have that happen.
Yeah, Solo getting a ball to the face.
Never fun.
That's such a strange thing to see on the screen. I know it's not quite the same place in the game, but good gravy, it looked like a sink. Narblast. Back out into the open.
Oh, Corbett takes a bad hit right there. There's a problem with this level. You can see that his sprite is really far to the right on the screen. This game does a terrible job of scrolling at certain points, and you could see that he reset his screen there. So sometimes, the speedrunners will get out in front of that scroll, but it can be very dangerous, and we saw what happened there.
Gotta be careful here, Quabit. This is where Narblast took his death the last time. Great work.
I would almost actually pick up a bad weapon just to take an intentional death or an intentional hit later to get the
hammer.
Great luck.
That's some good. Yeah, great RG right there. Perfect time because he's got the boss coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd hate to fight this boss without a hammer.
Yeah, I tried once. It's not fun.
Narblast picking up one of the triplets.
There we go, Solo with the third crystal, and we have our third runner moving to Lucky Dime.
Nemsense on Ninja Giaden with the pacifist mode, not killing any enemies except for the bosses, which you have to destroy. Quabit avoiding the rocks. Once again, rocks are bad for your health.
Imsense is killing it. In fact, he's going to like this shout out if he watches this VOD. This is why Zetox didn't race this year, because he knew Imsense put in a lot of effort and was just going to destroy him this year. They call each other arch rivals, so I'm going to try to keep that going. I want that to propagate and be real.
We like storytelling.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Speedrunning is storytelling. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And Narblast halfway through. Stage 4 starting. Quabit very, very close behind. Just got silly cutscenes to come through first. But Narblast.
That's why I'm rooting for Gnarblast here, because it would be good storytelling, because then we two can have a final rematch during Master8 number 3.
Oh, you're coming out of retirement. That's right.
yeah, retirement.
Your Master8 retirement.
Yeah.
There's a careful jump there from Narblast. It almost missed, but just about managed to pull it back, which is lovely. You've got to be careful. The fireballs. Oh, wow. Very, very close jumps here.
This section's all about timing, and if you slow down for just a second, this room is very tough. He's going back for that extra life because room can change things.
I think he have picked up 3 extra lives, so I think he has been super lucky with drops.
Yeah.
Oh, a fourth one.
Oh wow! Yeah, that's not a commentator's curse. That's a commentator's blessing. That is. Picking up the key to get all the way back to the door. Yeah, great work there, JKL. Thank you ever so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Frankly, Narblas has needed it with those 2 difficult deaths that he's taken. Yeah, Quarbit might be behind, but Quarbit hasn't taken those deaths yet.
He's also going really slow and really safe. You can tell his strat going into this is, let me just finish this strong. And let me not, get stuck in a game over loop in this game, because it can punish you.
And in the next room here, we will see the first glitch in the game.
Oh yeah, jump to the ceiling.
No, not that glitch.
This is the melting of the ice cubes. Well,
no, yeah, exactly. You can glitch into walls by jumping through the corner of edges.
I don't know. Did he get it?
A nice strat.
I think so. I need to look
hard
closer.
To tell. Oh,
yeah.
He got it.
Okay.
He got it.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell on other people's stream because they have different pixels.
Yeah, you do get used to your own display after a while.
Yeah, but they will probably be in the same room for once.
Yeah,
because this room is very slow.
Yeah, very slow auto scroller. A couple of those in this game. And I know Corbett, the last time I watched him, I think on Thursday night, he messed up this glitch. So he said he is not going to go for this clip here. That he's just going to play it intentionally.
Yeah, it looks like Corbett's going at normal strats, just avoiding the fire, waiting until everything just melts through. Narblas being very, very safe with the movement, and just looking very strange, just being tucked into the corner. As, ducks in a corner.
Waiting game.
Yeah.
I think it might be a good thing to not go for the glitch, just because you don't go into a waiting mode. Oh, he did get it.
There we go. Narblas going through the ceiling. That's a great little glitch there. Just wait on the corner, do an automatic bounce because of where the enemy's coming. Boom, you're in the ceiling. Just running above the stage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's much of a time save, but it definitely is super safe. That room is not fun. You have a low ceiling, and so to time your attack with your hammer is a little bit difficult. This has been a really good boss fight right here.
Very, very
Boom.
Yeah, he played it a little bit more safe than usual, I believe, but it was a solid kill without any hits, so...
Absolutely nothing wrong with playing it safe.
No, not at all. Especially with this game.
Yes, very much so.
For people that don't know Master System games, but Master System games usually have really bad controls.
Yep.
And this game only reads input every other frame. So even if you jump on the frame you think you are jumping, you might be jumping the next frame and you will just be screwed over.
Oof.
That's actually the case for a lot of Master System and Game Gear games. Just because of how underpowered the machine was, it only read it on every other frame.
Yeah.
Which, it's a fun little factoid, but it also means that even things that are meant to be frame perfect, then I was saying to Shanna and Apollo earlier, then the frame doesn't exist. You can't be frame perfect because you can't get the frame.
Yeah, that's why I've been advocating for people to use the ultimate button for the or the Master System, which is the pause button, because the pause button the console reads every single frame because it's not part of your controller.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a handy tip.
Really interesting designs. They really were the Master System and the Game Gear.
And I know there was a lot of debate leading up to the race about whether people are going to use pause strats in games like Tom and Jerry, because like you mentioned, if you're pausing it and you can guarantee you're going to get that input, it's easier to get the tough catches. But the emulator runners also understood that, the pause button being on the console or on the EverDrive flash cart was kind of a disadvantage for the console runner. So there was kind of a gentleman's agreement to not use any pause strats for this race.
On that decision, I was kind of umming and ahhing because I always think that it's a case of that it's up to those who don't want to use those strats to prove that it's impossible on other forms of hardware. Because don't forget that the Game Gear is fully compatible with Master System games.
Nar just took a hit here.
That's a bad hit. The Master System games are compatible with the Game Gear, and the Game Gear has a pause button that works exactly like the pause button on a Master System or on the EverDrive. So technically, you could play these games on a Game Gear and be able to use a pause button exactly like you would do on a controller. So where's the place to balance on that one? It's very, very difficult.
Exactly, and Ztox is right. You can jiggle the cart with the pause button on the flash cart. Mm-hmm. That's easy to do. I don't know about easy, but during a race when you're nervous and you just reach over there, maybe shake a little bit, it can definitely screw you up. And they both got the same pattern here in Egypt with that auto scroller. They got the same block drop. They got to go up here, enter a room, grab a key. So Corbett is just about 2 screens behind Narblast, but Narblast is finishing very strong here.
Yeah, let's see the wind RNG. Oh, he starts off with good wind.
We'll see what happens with these jumps, though. You need
double good wind. That's super lucky.
Mm-hmm.
He wants good wind here. I know he does.
Oh, 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Oh, what happened? Oh, and he made it. He only had the left wind RNG at the exit. That was some great marathon luck there from on Narblast's screen. He has to be super excited.
Yeah, that's insane luck. Ooh, and Corbett dies.
Oh, it's a shame.
Yeah. Oh no, wait. I didn't know you could jump down there. I was like, oh no, Narblast died. But okay, apparently you can go below here, okay?
Every day is a school day, as they say.
Yeah, and that snake spawning on the left might be screwing up Narblast on this fight. It looked like he was ready for him to spawn on the right and kind of had to reach.
And you could see that Corbett was trying to balance on the snake right at the end, and that's because if you're in that almost falling off an edge animation when you defeat a boss, you don't have to walk back to the middle of the screen and then start moving forward to complete the stage.
Well, Corbett's already off to a good start. He got the one good wind art. Oh, then and then hit by an enemy. He's got another left. Yeah, so this is a huge time loss for him. Again, we never knew what this game was going to throw your way when we put it on the list.
Triple.
From a point out, Salo Andrade's taken the levels in a slightly different order. He's taken this as stage 4 instead of stage 6 like the other 2 runners. But he's having to take this boss out just with his butt instead of with the hammer because he lost the hammer at the very, very start.
And Narblast
is trying not to get forked.
And he just clips through. He's making his way towards the last boss, the final challenge in this race.
Picks up that extra life because, of course, Narblast is getting even more extra lives. Just the luck involved in that is fantastic. Salo Andrade doing a pretty good job of taking out the boss just with a bum. And these guys have got their lovely greased spears. That is not a euphemism. Because why would the spears be constantly falling down otherwise? Who knew? Who knew? A reflection! Ooh.
Nicely done there.
I'm loving these warps,
This is also something that's tough about this run at the end of this game, especially this last level. You got to wait out these awful patterns.
Yeah.
All you want to do is just finish this game, go as quick as possible, but it's so easy to mess up that section just because, you're getting ahead of it. Oh. And we're getting to the easiest boss fight in video game history.
Yeah, this boss is really easy as long as you have the hammer. Otherwise, it's actually kind of hard.
And there we go, our first GG. Master8 Race number 2 in 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds officially. Our number 1 winner. That's an
insanely good time.
That's unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
1:22:33. Amazing time. I thought 125 would win it right around there. But gosh, a 1:22.5. Incredible time.
Absolutely brilliant. big shout outs to Narblast for putting so much effort in these games with the learning, with the routing, strategy developing, and taking that victory. Well earned, well deserved. Yeah, great stuff.
And both from Corbett and Solo too, they're both making their way towards the final stage here. Corbett's on the final castle, and remember, he took that early death in Wonder Boy, which was devastating where he was at. So to come back from all that to just be a few minutes behind Narblast is an incredible effort and achievement for him.
And stuff, just wonderful. I was trying to get that start. No, getting back up to the platform, taking a death. Shame, Saulo, shame. That's not a problem, though. SegaCrew on Labyrinth 2 in Golden Axe. And Narblast is currently on the no signal stage. And there comes M-Sense to replace Narblast's screen. But yeah, so give it up for Narblast. What a fantastic series of games there from Narblast. Sal and Johnny have to do a continue. Quavit finishing stage 7. No, sorry, taking a death, excuse me, I'm losing my marbles. I don't know what's going on anymore! Who are you? Since in the doorway to avoid the annoying boss from causing too many issues. Quabit 1, 2, 3, 4, he declares a thumb war and it takes second place in the Master 8 Part 2 in 2022. Great work there from Quabit.
And officially he finished up with a 1:24.49, so just a little over 2 minutes behind, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So incredible comeback from Corbett to overcome some very early obstacles he had to deal with.
Yeah, beautiful, consistent play from Corbett just to pull that back. And those 2 minutes could have easily been lost on Wonder Boy. Easily. And then just underneath 1 hour, underneath an hour and a half for these games, I was thinking that would have been a really strong time. But the fact they're under 1:25 is just, oh my word.
That's insane. And the fact that Narblast just powered his way through it, just was able to consistently pull off every game was, oh man, that was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I know he was super disappointed and angry at himself last year when he failed in outrun.
Yes.
But this race he just nailed basically every game. He had a few troubles here and there, but nothing that was a big disadvantage. Like something you have to consider about the SegaCrew races are that they are usually kind of short for a multi-game race, which means that if you make a small mistake, it's like making a big mistake in another race.
Oh, certainly, yeah, because then it gives an opportunity for someone to come back. Yeah, speaking of Outrun, for next year, just to make Narblast suffer a little bit, for Master 8 number 3, it's going to be Alf 7 ways and Outrun. And Narblast loves Alf, so he's going to be wanting to do it, but Outrun, I got to do that again.
Why not do Outrun 4 times with 4 different goal finishes and then 4 elves?
Because he'll definitely not do that. He'll be like, no way, no, you made my decision easy. Not doing that.
We've just seen recently Radman come on to Lucky Dime Caper, trying to pull his way through to get that position. But yeah, Salandrada is still making their way through. Brother Carl still on Klax. M-Sense, is on the first labyrinth still. I believe that FedaPG is still making their way through Wonder Boy. Yeah, FedaPG with Mouseman this time, still making their way through Wonder Boy. So yeah, this is a really, really good example about how much we welcome different runners of different skill levels into the community to do these races. We got people running the games completely blind. We got people of less experience. We got people wildly experienced. Radman, of course, playing probably about 1,000 different games over the last few years. JKL probably played every single game that's ever been created by any human ever.
Well, I also want to shout out Radman real quick because he just cleared the first stage of Lucky Dime. And if you recall, it took him like 20, 30 minutes to beat Wonder Boy. He was having terrible RNG luck in that game, and the fact that he is already back here at an hour 28, and he might even PB for total race time, shows how much he just killed the rest of these games.
Mm-hmm. One of the most consistent runners that I've ever had the fortune of beating is Radman. Really, really is.
Yeah, and great guy too. And like you mentioned, he runs anything. He loves to build up those communities too. So if you're running a game he runs, you need some help, definitely reach out to Radman.
Yeah, very, very good idea. Radman is legend, as the phrase goes. Yeah. And Sacrion in the darkness in Golden Axe Warrior. Sense it's getting a little bit lost in the labyrinth. Feed's gone a little bit. Brother Carl, here we go. And wave out on Klax. Only a couple more waves for Brother Carl to finish off. Doing really, really well for a blind run. Really, really well. Salo Andrade paused a little bit, but is going on the climb. Radman doing a very, very good job of taking out these awkward enemies. Losing the hammer, but picking up an extra life. So, no, easy come, easy go, of course.
I've got to avoid that frisbee.
Well, I don't think he will have a chance for another weapon until the boss, so...
Yep, so he's going to have to...
Take a death, apparently, yes.
There we go.
Well, to be honest, I almost think that's faster than jumping on the boss to kill it, sadly.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, just start the level over. Ouch. That's how, that's one of the quirks with this game that makes it so difficult is you're so reliant on this weapon.
Oh, he lost it again.
That's so easy to lose, yeah.
But he picks it up immediately afterwards. What
RNG.
timing! The luck involved with that is ridiculous. Right. Oh no, he lost it on the lion! Oh.
I wonder if he's practiced the boss like this.
No,
maybe.
Madman.
Oh no!
Dropped to his doom. And taking the intentional death on Golden Axe Warrior to go back to town.
And Salo Andrade is taking a pee break currently.
You know what? That's a good idea. Do you mind if I step away real quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You were saying a little bit earlier, JKL, about how we have that our races, our multi-game races, be shorter than others. I think that works really well in the favour of the multi-game races that we do, because not everyone has the time to put in learning on 8 hours worth of games or 4 hours worth of games. So an hour and a half, 2 hours, I think it's a really, really nice balance. There's lots of games to play, there's lots of stuff to learn, but also you could knock out a run or two in one evening, you know? And
I've been giving you guys a lot of credit over my stream, because I really love long marathon races, like, you know, the big 3 hours plus ones, but I also like these shorter ones because it actually gives you time to do other stuff instead of just learning those games that are going to take up 3 hours. You can do some casual things on the side, and you don't feel like you're falling behind if you have a 2-3 days when you don't want to practice, because you don't need to practice as much to get to that top level, which I always want to be at.
But there's different levels of achievement that people want to do. Some people just want to be able to compete. They just want to be able to have fun with it, but a relatively good time. Some people want to get those world record times. They want to get those ridiculously fast times all the time. And having access to a shorter multi-game allows you to kind of do both, because you're not having to put in like a 6-hour load of practice just for a 2-hour game. You know, you can put in half an hour practice one day, half an hour practice the next day. You're not overburdening yourself with too much learning at one go. You can move to a different game, and it's not going to take a huge amount of time to kind of pick them back up as well if you're de-rusting. Rand taking a death there, that's unfortunate. But as someone who almost exclusively plays shorter speed runs, it does make things more attractive, I think that's the right word, to newer runners as well. One of the big things that we wanted to do with this game layout is that we know that we've chosen some kind of mean goals, right? And I make no apologies for that one, because it's meant to be a challenge. But we also wanted it to have it very accessible for newer people to play. So the games, they're not completely obscure games. They're relatively easy to complete if you're taking it casually. Let's face it, like Lucky Dime Caper, it's a tough-ish game. No tougher than I'd say a lot of Master System games are, but it's because we're speedrunning it, which is what gives it the difficulty spike that we have seen from it, and that's caused lots of death. But if you're playing it casually, it's a much more accessible game. It's a similar thing with Wonder Boy, it's a similar thing with Golden Axe. As long as you're not trying to speed through, it's a casually completable game with a completable goal in a pretty easy amount of time. So we'd like to think that we've got a really good balance there, that we've got the accessibility for the people wanting to start off with that journey into speedrunning, but also they're tough enough to really challenge people like yourself, people like Radman, people like Salo Andrade, those who've got real big experience with doing these type of challenges. Yeah.
I think that's a really important line to balance with these races, is that not only does it need to be challenging for casual player, but also speed runners. And the thing is, a game that's challenging casually doesn't need to be hard when speed running. And the same thing the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
A game that's hard to speed run doesn't have to be hard to play casually.
Cool. And let's give our congratulations to Salo Andrade taking that third place here in the Master 8 Part 2 2022. Smidgen under 135. Doing a very, very good job there. Should be very proud of yourself, Salo. Very, very proud of yourself.
Yeah, that's second time in a row he takes a top 3 position in a Master 8 here.
Sure. Showing a lot of consistency there, Salo. Maybe next year will be your chance to take that Master 8 title of being the greatest Master 8er in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Gnarblast got third last year, so maybe it's a sign. Maybe he will get that first place now.
No, we got to do is know what games they are a year in advance. We're not going to do that. That's just silly. But yeah, given the success of last year's Master 8 and the success of this year's Master 8, I will be very, very concerned if we do not have a Master 8 Part 3. SegaCrew on Lucky Dime Caper as well.
Yeah, there's
some
been
good bounces
a lot of...
there, the enemies. Taking damage there. That's a shame.
Oh,
We're going to get a respawn. Oh, he fell to his doom. That's a shame. M-Sense on the last boss of Golden Axe Warrior, really close to getting themselves into Lucky Dime Caper. Brother Kyle duplicating themselves on the bottom of the screen. Fed PG near the lava section. Oh, Wonder Boy.
I'm so scared for M-Sense. Oh, the bubble is so...
The bubble's the son of a gun.
Yeah, it's so scary when it gets loose.
Oh, and he takes it. M-Sense has taken out that boss to get that third crystal to move on to the final game of the Master 8. Lucky Dime Caper, where we are currently seeing Radman and SegaCrew on Brother Carl slowly making their way through Wave 9. Doing very, very well. We have had some fantastic attempts at these games. And it's really, really shown off just the skill and overall quality of the SegaCrew and the runners that we have involved with this community. What a fantastic community. In the chat, give yourselves like a self round of applause or a self high five just for being awesome. Just for being so darn awesome and supporting the runners, supporting us, being able to put on these events, supporting the people behind the scenes with people like No Diggity, Shanna, Booster themselves, just being able to really, really kind of provide these amazing events for you guys to watch and really supporting us. And it's really, really appreciated. All the thanks in the world goes to you, because without you guys, we'd only be half of what we are. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really impressed that so many people are pushing the two hour mark and even the 150 mark. That's really impressive. I thought that the top 3 would probably be under 150, but it seems like there might be maybe 5 people under 150 here at least.
Yeah, SegaCrew has a chance. Yeah. Radman is definitely there. He's on the last stage. He's so close to that Lucky Dime. And M's, I mean, let's see. It is possible, since he's got 22 minutes to beat this game. So it is possible to beat this game, around sub 20 for a really good runner, and then around 22 for someone that's put in an average amount of time into this.
And welcome back, Booster.
Oh yeah, well thank you. Yeah, and I
Did you
saw
enjoy your
Solo.
P?
Oh, very much so. And I saw
Amazing.
Solo finished with third with a 1:34.14. That is a fantastic time. I've been watching his streams and slowly watching him grind it down from 210 to 250 to 240. So him coming up with nearly a 90-minute time has been, that's a fabulous run.
Makes me feel like a proud father, kind of seeing some of these first runs being 2.5, nearly 3 hours, and then just seeing them gradually be whittled down, the skill level increasing. It's just wonderful. Just wonderful. And as I said earlier, it's all about the engagement. Just the fact that everyone has been so happy to get involved with the event. It's just been wonderful. It's just been so good.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part about these races are the practice time before, just helping each other with strats and finding new things with every game. That's like my favorite part about these races.
It's half the event. It really, really is.
Yeah, just breaking the games wide open is so extremely fun.
Yeah, every runner brings, something different. So when you get different players on different games, new things get discovered, and that's what it's all about. And whenever we bring in these oddball type of goals, people look at these games differently, and all of a sudden, maybe you can start implementing some of these strats to the any percent strat, and that might break the game open. And there's just a lot of opportunity for new strats to be developed when you have all these runners jump on these games.
We said a bit earlier as well, just getting those new eyes on the games, they can really change how the runs go, and it kind of change the face of the speedrunner community involved in their one. I know it's a little bit away from our normal content, but Sonic 2 relatively recently, we had a couple of people find some completely new strats that weren't even in the tasks that have actually taken off like 10-20 seconds worth of the world record times, and some of those by people who aren't really massive parts of the community as well, just because they've been able to put some different eyes on the game and just kind of come at them from a slightly different perspective. It's just that's one of my favorite things about speedrunning, is just kind of seeing how people find these incredible strats and just kind of really changes your own perspective, just figuring out how they've done it and seeing how they've done it. It's great.
Yeah, and any of the runners that have finished, if you want to join us in voice chat, just jump into general and
Emerson's taking a death. That's a shame. Sakron's having fun with the hammer at the moment, though.
Oh, some of those jumps with the hammer just don't feel right. Yeah. Oh, here's one right there. That's a tough one. Oh, and then game rewards him with a frisbee. Thank you, game.
I'm worried about Radioactive Man because I think he might be on his final life and he doesn't have a hammer, and I don't think he has a option to get the hammer back before the boss if he goes for the clip in the next room.
Maybe he has to take a slightly different route so that he doesn't do the clip.
Yeah, I wonder what he decides to do if it's his final life.
Oh, he's going to take the clip.
No, he didn't. He didn't go for it.
Yep, he's definitely trying to get that hammer. It looks like he's trying to take out all these enemies. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got it.
No, he just... yeah, I was about to say it, not lose it.
Oh, frisbee. Come on, game. It's going to respawn that guy.
Yeah, so I think it's...
farming.
I think it's definitely on the final...
Yeah, it's certainly having
final life.
Slower, a little bit more carefully. Is he going to have...
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Watch out for the bat. Oh.
Oof.
There's life.
Extra life.
He didn't go for it.
I love you.
Why didn't he go for the life? He should have gone for it. I'm so scared for him now.
No kidding. Take the safety.
Radman doesn't know the word safe.
That's right. And when you're from Mars, safe is not in your vocabulary.
Exactly. Sacrion having the lovely far side scrolled screen, just running through, doing a really good job of avoiding these arrows at the end there. That's fun.
There we go. All right, I can breathe again.
Yeah, that was scary. I really think that was his final life. I think
Sacrion
you can
doing a pretty
see
good
it.
job there. Ooh, there's a orange diamond, and Sacrion takes a death.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be without the hammer.
Radman has 4 lives.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, that's... Sacrion has only 1 life left, I know that.
Okay.
So Sacrion's got to be super careful, but why
I
is
saw...
being so careful then? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe just didn't want to push it.
Yeah, he had a lot of bad luck with Wonder Boy. I'm sure he's just like, I don't want to, fall in that trap again.
And sorry to interrupt everyone, but we have waiting to come into the chat the winner of Master8 2 Narblast. Shall we have a word with Narblast?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Narblast, welcome to the commentary team and congratulations.
Hey,
what
what's up?
an amazing victory. How'd you feel?
I was kind of scared coming out of Klax because I died once. So I put in my head, like, I don't know, I'm just assuming everyone else is getting PBs all the time. So I figured that was the race after that was over.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Quabit was very, very close on your heels, like super close on your heels, but you were able to really just pull off that victory with, I believe it's a 122, 123?
Something like that, yeah.
122.
And another thing, too, is my splits got messed up, so I had to do math in my head. Like,
no, math.
Yeah, well, because I don't know what happened. I ended up like a split ahead, and nothing was adding up right. And then I was like, well, if I end it now, all my splits are gone. Like they're all messed up now. So I had to do a bunch of math for the last half of the race. That was awful.
Yeah, that 122 is just a fantastic effort. What was the scariest part for you through that? Because there were certainly bits where you had a bit of a challenge, especially on Lucky Dime Caper.
The death on Lucky Dime Caper. I think I died twice, like at the end of a stage. That's that's so damaging for time because you have to do the entire screen again.
Mm-hmm.
And then Golden Axe Warrior, I just assumed I was never going to get any health pickups because I usually never do. So that was another one that I had to kind of just hope for the RNG gods to help out a little bit. And then actually, weirdly enough, Line of Fire got me because I was trying to do the fast hold up strat. And I realized my score was low, and I wasn't sure if I was actually going to make it or not. I was actually kind of freaking out in the last level. I wasn't sure if it was going to get that 500,000 mark at the tally.
Yeah, you did seem relatively low, but you got the extra score as needed. Did a really, really good job getting to that point and certainly fighting through the issues that happened with Lucky Dime Caper and with a little bit more tense on Line of Fire.
It was a smart move in Line of Fire on the final boss, the stage 4 boss. You took the death so that way you could get a higher score count when you beat him.
Yeah. The goal is obviously you try to get the 100% life, but I knew, God, I was probably close to half health or something. I was like, there's no way that's going to be enough. I got to do something. And again, it was either that or I had to play the whole game again because that would have been a game over. Because I've never played stage 5. So that wouldn't have worked out.
Yeah. No kidding.
I was happy with Wonder Boy. Kind of went okay for me. I had a couple weird spots, but getting out of that game without a death is huge. To start the race like that.
Yeah.
Saw you had like a 1240 or something. That's a really good time for.
Yeah. So I got a sub 12 in practice, but that was also not collecting anything. It was just trying to see if I could do it. I got I think my personal best was 1148 or something.
Nice.
But it was the strats I'm not going to use in the race. It was no heart, no shields, nothing. So it wasn't realistic for me to try that during the race.
It's wonderful. So what else are you really happy of about those runs?
Dynamite Dux. It wasn't a PB, but I want to go back and get a record because my I figured out some other weird stuff in that game to speed it up. So I think it's kind of a free record right now for anyone who wants it. But
Nah, fucking free record. Play Dynamite Dux, get a fucking free record.
and honestly, as silly as Tom and Jerry was, I was actually kind of happy that as a group, this whole SegaCrew broke the game and got quick catches on every single stage.
Mhm.
Whereas before, there's only like 3. So it's kind of cool to be a part of that. Like to figure out strats to get the quick catches on every level.
Yeah, that was really exciting.
Yeah, that quick catch on 5 you found was really, really smart.
That was huge because the backup for that is like it's close to a minute afterwards because you have to wait for him to go up and then climb down.
Yeah.
It's a hard backup. So.
And Radman's currently fighting against Wind RNG, getting pushed to the left. But once again, Narblas, congratulations on taking the victory for the Master 8 Part 2 here in 2022. Do you have any final words for the chat?
Well, I'd like to hear, too, what you thought was the best game, the worst game, just some of your impressions of the list as well.
Okay, so I'm a platform guy, so Ninja Gaiden for me is one of the top games. It's always going to be. I haven't played a bad one yet, so Ninja Gaiden's always good. Wonder Boy was fun, so I liked what you guys did with the goal, because the goal wasn't just watch the task or watch the speed run and then just copy it for like 10 minutes. You actually had to figure out something else. That was nice. I like that a lot. And then Lucky Dime Caper needs to be fixed. The game is broken.
Awesome stuff. But yeah, thank you ever so much, Narblas, for really taking part in today's event. Congratulations once again. Where can we find you?
Nar?
Where can we find you on your social media?
I don't really have. I have a Twitter, but I don't use it. It's just on Twitch. nar_blast. That's pretty much where you'll find me almost every day.
So let's find Narblast at nar_blast on twitch.tv. Awesome stuff.
So I was gonna say, if you guys do Outrun ×8, I'm gonna be sick that day, so don't worry about it. But I am looking forward to your list. Your list for both of the races have been very good. Again, I'm not really familiar with the library, so you guys are picking some good games that make me want to actually really look into this system. So thanks.
Hey, all right. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Narblast, you're a star. Thank you ever so much. And once again, to the chat, Narblast, the victor of the Master 8 Part 2. Give your GGs, your round of applause as needs be.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Nar.
So next up waiting was our third place runner, Saulo Andrade. Shall we have a few words with them?
Let's go.
Saulo Andrade, welcome to the chat. Thank you ever so much for being patient there. Congratulations on your third place. How are you feeling?
I still cannot believe I managed to get to finish the race.
That was a heck of a time, too. Heck of a time.
I was checking my splits right now. I got so insane times. I'm still trying to understand that. This was a personal best. This was a PB by 27 seconds, and I was in a sub 2 minute, 2 minutes ahead, behind my personal best. And of course, let them keep it. Yay!
Yeah, that was a heck of a run. I know that Lucky Dime kind of stalled you for a bit, but most of that race, you were either with Corbett, second place winner, neck and neck, or you were closing in our Narblast and taking second for yourself. It was so exciting to watch you three leaders battle this out. It was such a great race for a viewer standpoint.
Oh my god, I need to watch that later on.
Yeah, I would recommend watching the VOD of this because that was a super tight race for a good portion of it. And even then, it's like, well, there was barely 10 minutes between you and first place over all those games, and with Lucky Dime Caper being a bit of a butt. So, yeah, just amazing work from yourself, Saulo. What was your favourite part of the run?
Dynamite Dux.
Yeah! Dux!
My two favorite parts in this race was Dynamite Dux and Klax. I love puzzle games like Puyo Puyo, Klax, Tetris. I got so I got so hyped with Klax, and this run was so insane because yesterday I was doing a practice run, and suddenly I got the God RNG in everything. Even Klax, I managed to get in 2 or 3 waves in a row. All my first blocks, all of the same color. What's going on? And
Thank you, gang.
it start exploding my time in Klax because of that God RNG. Then I went to Tom and Jerry, and all of a sudden, hey, let's try this quick catch on the last stage, and I managed to get it. I never got a quick catch in my life, and all of a sudden, hey, a quick catch for you on the last stage. I had to stop my training because I was burning my luck.
Gotta save it for race
like
day.
that, I need to save for the race day. I was burning all my luck.
Radman, sorry to interrupt. Radman from Mars has just taken
GG.
150 far and about 16 seconds coming out of Lucky Dime Caper to take their position in the Master 8 Part 2 rankings. GG's there to Radman. Hopefully we'll speak to them very, very shortly. Saula, what was the scariest part that you found of the run?
I have 2 highlights. First, Wonder Boy. I got so scared to miss everything, and thank God I managed to get everything on Wonder Boy 3. I got a good grab, group starting grabbing coins after the first boss. It was insane. I was afraid to make some mistakes in the final segment, also the pyramid. Wonder Boy is tense. It's tense.
It is indeed.
And then Golden Axe Warrior, and I got so bad luck in Golden Axe Warrior. The second dungeon was I got screwed up, but by the second dungeon I died a lot there. I died on the first dungeon. Okay, I only have 3 hearts. There's no big prejudice because of that. But the second dungeon, oh my, that screwed me up so high. And of course, the Lucky Dime Caper. I wasn't expecting some good RNG on the ice stage, but when I reached the boss fight for the ice stage, I made a mistake and got hit, then tried to do casually and then screw up the boss fight. That's the reason I dropped down from a minus 150 from a minus 27 seconds in my splits. Feels bad.
You say it was bad, but you were able to finish in a ridiculously good time overall. What games would you hope would be in the next Master 8, potentially happening next year?
Oh my, that's a good question. I must say, we need more RNGs. No RNG, please.
No RNGs. Wow.
We need more RPGs.
Okay.
That's the word. So until now I didn't solve Phantasy Star. It's one of the masterpieces of the Sega in regarding RPGs, and I didn't solve that.
Okay. I'm sure that we can have a bit of a heads together and figure out what the best RPG would be for next time. We did kind of blow our shot a little bit with having both.
It's definitely Phantasy Star. That's the best RPG for the Master System, hands down.
I don't think that is a controversial opinion at all, JKL.
But a good goal for it, the other hand, is something you really gotta work hard on. Because it's a really slow game at the start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if especially the dungeons, the 3D dungeons too.
So amazing.
Yeah, and just having to map those out, and that'd be a really fun goal to come up with within Phantasy Star. I think that's a great idea.
I'm sure we're up to the challenge, Shane.
I think we are up to the challenge.
Yeah, good stuff. Feta PG.
After Lucky Dime Caper, of course.
yeah, Felipe G doing a little bit of grinding towards the end of the getting the goal on Wonder Boy. Essentially, just need to go to the right, go as fast as possible. M-Sense and SegaCrew essentially on the same stage here in Lucky Dime Caper. Brother Kyle letting Tom and Jerry troll him a little bit too much. I've seen Brother Kyle in this section a couple of times so far, and the climb is a bit of a difficult one, or the drop, as we've just seen, is a bit of a difficult one. Saulo, what have you been your thoughts about the game list and the goal list?
The game list was amazing. The goal list was challenging. I didn't expect to get some. The goal for Wonder Boy 3, when I checked the world record video, and then I realized, okay, this route is so different from the goal we need to reach.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting to see. Also, the goal for Ninja Gaiden doing a pacifist run. It was very interesting to see.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm so glad that we added that.
Yeah. As we've said a couple of times, we've intentionally chosen some of these goals to make sure that it's not just a case of watch the task, watch the world record and follow what they're doing. We really wanted to have that community engagement just to ensure that people were thinking outside the box with how to achieve some of these goals. And you've really, really done us proud with, beyond certainly my wild expectations, just seeing how well you've been able to go, let's tear these games apart and really making such an incredible effort of it. So thank you ever so much. Any final thoughts or shout outs that you'd like to do, Saulo?
And also, I hate bats and scorpions. Cursed scorpions, and also shout outs to the marble with the screaming Hemibro inside.
Amazing. Saulo Andrade, congratulations on your third place finished here in the Master 8 Part 2. Thank you once again. Anything from anyone else that you need to ask the delightful Saulo Andrade?
Just incredible race, and I am just thrilled that all the time you put in for the last month really paid off from race day, and you got some of those good turns too. It's always nice to see when things go well for a runner who's committed so much time and energy into a race.
Indeed. When
really impressive.
When I finished this, I got so happy. It's so amazing. Well, if you like to what you saw today, follow me at Twitch. I usually streams during the weekends, and usually I stream speedrun some Sonic games. Before that I start speedrunning some a port of the Sonic for the Sega Master System, but on Commodore 64.
Nice.
But maybe I'm about to try out some of the Master System games for Master8 games for speedrunning. I was thinking about Dynamite Dux because somehow I managed to get today 12-14.
Oh my word.
Maybe I need to retime that and see if it's right. But I don't know. Do I able to get 12 flat or even sub 12 on Dynamite?
Do it.
That's a new world record if it's a 12 flat.
Yeah, no kidding. That's incredible.
Well, anyway, I'll be here on Twitch.
Well, shout outs to Saulo. I just posted his Twitch link there. Please give him a follow because not only is he an incredible runner, a terrific person, but he loves to participate in races like these all the time. So it's fun to give him a follow and see what he's up to next.
Yeah, I'm clicking the following button right now. Let me get the mouse really close here.
Thanks, JKL.
Well
I want to hear that click, JKL, or I don't believe you.
Yeah, wait. Damn it, my microphone doesn't pick it up. Okay, a little bit, if I mash.
But once again, thank you, Saulo Andrade. Congratulations on your third place finish.
Hi.
And waiting outside chat is the second place runner of Quabit. Let's bring Quabit in to say hello. Quabit, welcome back into the commentary booth with us lunatics here. Congratulations on your second place finish.
Hey guys.
Under 125. Amazing stuff. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling exhausted. There was so many ups and downs today that, yeah.
It was a heck of a comeback from the tumble you took at the very first game, Wonder Boy.
Yeah.
I mean, how did that feel to start your race out like that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, dying in the first 5 minutes like that, that was depressing.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it is. And then you got a whole race to somehow compose yourself, get back into it, and finish strong, which you did. You were just a couple minutes off from Narblast. So knowing that you tumbled that hard, I just to see that epic comeback shows the perseverance. And it was a real treat to watch you overcome that.
Yeah, I mean, it went well after that. It was a lot of fun. Line of Fire was a mess, though. I have no idea what was going on in that game.
Yeah, that was
So
really scary to watch.
Yeah, it looked like that you took intentional deaths where you probably didn't need to take intentional deaths. And
Exactly, yeah. I don't know why I felt I needed to die, but...
Yeah, just got very confused because you were right at the end with no lives left. No way that you could really spend any health just to kind of damage boost through things. And we were just sat here going, what the hell is he doing? Why is he doing that? Oh my God!
Yeah,
it's awful. But no, you managed to ride out the fear. We managed to ride out the fear as well, which was great. And yeah, just watching, you can almost see your thought process as you were going forward with especially the last half of the game, the event. Excuse me. Just to be kind of your patient movement and your very precise movement, not really wasting much of your time and effort as well. As you were getting towards the end, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
In the end, I just didn't want to make any mistakes at the end. I wanted to play it safe and just try to finish. Like on Golden Axe Warrior, I took a death at the end of the third dungeon just to get my health back. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to play it safe. I just wanted to finish with a decent time.
Mm-hmm. And my word, you definitely finished with a very, very decent time.
Thank you.
Ridiculous. Yeah, certainly catching back up after such an unfortunate escapade at the very, very start. Yeah, probably one of the funnest comebacks that I've seen in speedrunning for a very long time. So thank you for allowing me to be party to said event. Do you feel like you're going to be taking on any of these games as a regular speedrun after this event finished?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I definitely plan to play a few of these. I need to grind out Tom and Jerry. I want to try to get the quick catch on every stage. Lucky Dime Caper, I want to get a decent time on that too. Mm-hmm. And I want to play the full Golden Axe Warrior. Like, I've never beaten that game even casually. So it seems like a great time to speedrun it.
Yeah, very much so.
I would love to see you pick up Golden Axe Warrior. Incredible runner, and you're always bringing new ideas to these runs, and nobody really runs this game outside of 8-Bit Beast, and that was years ago. So we need a quality runner on this game for sure.
Quality runner, because his name's Quabit. That's hilarious. But yeah, so with that in mind, do you have a goal time in mind for Lucky Dime Caper?
I'd like to get like a low 16. That's just my goal right now. Probably just try some of the strats that I played it pretty safe today. I want to try to take it a little more risky and see what kind of time I can get.
Well, PetaQ's trying to have you go for the world record.
I don't know about
that.
You know what Q's like. They do love themselves having a little bit of competition.
Well, and it's always exciting for the game too. I noticed when Sacrion was grinding Ninja Gaiden, and more and more runners started jumping on, and it really started fueling the fire, and that time just kept coming down and coming down. It's always great to get all these fantastic speedrunners on these amazing Master System games. We're big fans of the games, and we want to see these times come down and see the best of the best play them.
FedaPG was so close to getting that goal. That's such a shame. It took a death. Very, very awkward.
Right at the door. At the door.
Sacrion just finished as well.
GG's to Sacrion. Nice. Let's get those GG's in the chat for taking the end of Lucky Dime Caper. And since not too far off, just suffering a little bit from bad wind.
Yeah, officially he finished with a 2 hour, 7 minute, and 38-second run. So real close to that 2 hour mark. Another great time turned in.
Well, who would imagine that you could beat 8 games in a smidgen over 2 hours? That's just ridiculous. It's such a ridiculous concept for, well, say when I was 7 years old anyways, but it's just amazing. Just amazing. Quickly think, Carbit. Now, given that you are named after a character from a ninja game, because of course you are, what's your next ninja game to speedrun?
Next ninja game. I want to go back to Ninja Gaiden. I did half a pacifist. Let's do the other half.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's bring some new names and faces to those leaderboards, right? Amazing stuff. Amazing. Right. Oh, so anything else? Anyone else would like to ask second place runner Quabit before love him and leave him?
Well, definitely everybody in chat, give a follow to Corbett. He top-notch speedrunner, especially with the Master System. He is, world record and, quite a few Master System over the last couple years. This guy's just starting out, and his follow count is way too low. I'm going to put it up in chat right now. You need to run over there and give this guy a follow because he's definitely one of the runners to keep your eye out on.
100%. 100%. What's next for you then, Quabit, after today's festivities?
After the day, who knows? I kind of want to maybe do some Tom and Jerry tonight. I kind of want to do that while it's fresh in my mind.
You heard that, chat. Tom and Jerry. Let's go watch him later on. Quabit, thank you ever so much. Congratulations once again on your second place finish in the Master8 Part 2. What are your final words and shout outs before we let you roll?
Oh, this was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to do this again. But we definitely do Master8 3. And let's do Fantasy Star. Let's get a Fantasy Star in there. That'll be awesome.
Good.
Star.
Gotta do it. We gotta do it.
Shane, we got work cut out for us.
Okay, I'll start working on the goal now because it's probably going to take a while.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff. Quabit, thank you once again. Let's get your GGs in the chat for Quabit one more time.
Definitely do one of those.
Hey, thanks. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Quabit.
Yeah, take care, man.
And we have awaiting to come speak to us one more time. The classic, the legendary, he's shiny, but only because he's radioactive. The radioactive man from Mars, Radman himself. Radman, congratulations on your finish. How'd you feel?
GG, Radman.
Come back, Radman. Maybe he's gone for a pee break.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to talk to us.
Pee break. Hey, Radman, congratulations.
What's up, fellas?
How is it going? How do you feel after that incredible effort?
Pretty good. When the games were first released or announced, I gave myself a sub 2 hour goal, and I managed to hit that, so I was pretty happy.
That's certainly something to celebrate, hitting your goals. Very, very good work. Where do you feel that the run went best in your favor?
The best in my favor?
Mm-hmm.
Probably finishing Lucky Dime in a decent.
It's basically what everyone said.
Yeah, actually, your second half of the race, I know you struggled a little bit on Wonder Boy. There was that section that is just so unforgiving. But after that, you caught up real quick to the rest of the field and then overtook them. And you really put together a heck of a race.
Yeah, Dynamite Dux went well. Klax surprisingly went well. 9 and 10 usually are kicked my ass a lot. Line of Fire went well. Ninja Gaiden, of course. And Golden Axe even was a good time. I was happy with.
Yeah, we got a lot of our runners had really good times on Golden Axe. A really good experience, anyways, on Golden Axe. Excuse me, and it seemed like they were doing a really, really good job of it, especially for a game that doesn't have any active speedrunners and only a couple of people who generally knew the route beforehand. I think that Golden Axe has been a bit of a dark horse surprise in how effective it's been in this race so far.
Yeah, and I've never played it except for watching Booster play it. That's about the experience I had with it.
Yeah, I've always I've always tried to get Radman, and Radman's played every Master System game except for Wonder Boy, Dragon's Trap, and Golden Axe Warrior. And forever, I've been trying to get him to play those games. He's just like, ah! And finally, I'm like, okay, I'm putting it in a Master 8 race. I'm going to force you to play those games.
You have no excuse. Fair enough. But yeah, so given that's all gone pretty well for you, how did it feel with that absolute clutch ending to Wonder Boy?
Oh, I was about ready to snap my controller in half because that's the worst out of all the practices. That's the worst that game has ever treated me.
It was ruthless.
Just that ending bit with you nearly taking that damage with so little health as you were going in the door.
Yeah. Thank God I had that potion.
Just oh wow! I clenched so hard that my carpet needs to be cleaned.
We were all screaming. It got pretty loud in here because we were all going nuts. Because we saw right where you're at. You couldn't take any more damage. Then all of a sudden, right before the door, you get hit by the skeleton. We didn't know you had a potion, so we thought it was all over. We were all going crazy.
Yeah, once I finally got that trampoline and over the wall, I was like, just go for it. Go for the door.
Yep.
Really good recovery, proper clutch, probably the most tense moment that we've had in this race, and it was right at the start. It's wonderful. Sorry, Karen, you go for it, Shane.
Oh, I was just going to say we got Imps coming up to the final boss. Once again, he was almost completed this challenge and took a death right on the final boss. But here he is at the final section of the last level, trying to, get the clip up there.
Making the bouncy through.
And we should be seeing our 6th place finisher soon. But go on with Radman. I just wanted to keep chat updated.
Oh, no, I appreciate that, Jane. Appreciate that very much. Rad, what is up next for you in the world of speedrunning? Given that you are constantly active, there's got to be something else coming up for you as well.
I always have a list of games I want to go through. But I got to get back to Ninja Gaiden. I can't let Corbett have the world record that easy.
Oh, I love it. Throwing the gauntlet.
Challenge.
Yeah.
And just to quickly interrupt, that is M-Sense taking their rightful spot, finishing the Master 8 Part 2 in a smidgen under 2 hours and 16 minutes. Utter GG sent their way. Let's get even more GGs in the chat. We've only got a few. We need even more. Doing a great job, M-Sense. Well done. Well done. You've done a brilliant stuff, and you've done the SegaCrew proud. Thank you. So Radman, what's next on your list of games? And except for Ninja Gaiden, there's got to be something else that's really kind of screaming out to you.
Well, Booster might be happy, but I was thinking about putting down a time for Golden Axe Warrior. I really like that game.
I love it. That's great. That's 2 people now. 2 really good Master System runners to jumping on the Golden Axe Warrior train. I love it. Fantastic.
Amazing. It'll be my first like RPG style speed run, so it'll be different.
And it will be something amazing to watch. Let me tell you. There's plenty of good learning resources. There is the best learning resource in Booster Shane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a legend that person is. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of Booster Shane. I've heard they're a bit of a legend, you know? Yeah, maybe they need a shout out in this stream.
I just threw up one for Radman, so if you want some Golden Axe Warrior action, you know where to go. Right there, Radioactive Man from Mars. Give him a follow.
Once again, yet another runner with an appallingly low amount of followers. Get those followers number up for these fantastic runners. You will not be disappointed. Once again, Radman, congratulations. Fantastic sub 2 hour time here at the Master 8 Part 2. Aside from twitch.tv with the link that's currently in the chat, where can we find you?
That's about it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You're doing the right decision and staying off of social media, which is a cesspool of hatred. But I'm glad that you are doing well yourself on twitch.tv. We love you very much, Radman. Any final words from yourself and shout outs before we let you roll off into the sunset to celebrate your sub 2 hour time?
Just shout out SegaCrew putting it on. Everyone who worked behind the scenes getting it going. Booster. Diggity with his tech support. everyone who picked the games, even though this was probably the hardest year so far, but also I think it was the most rewarding year.
I mean, it's 1 out of 2, so it was just going to be the hardest or the easiest. It worked out either way.
The realist, Jimmy, the realist.
But yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for everyone, the chat for hanging out with us. Everyone who put it on.
Oh, our pleasure, and we appreciate all the runners. That's why we do it. Is for you guys to race it. We're so happy to see when you guys get involved and compete with each other, give help to each other, and it keeps our community active. You can always tell when it's race time because I'm always having to check in on Discord because there's always something happening, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Literally had to turn my notifications off because, oh my god, it keeps going absolutely ham. I want to sleep, damn it.
Well, we certainly appreciate it, and I mean, I'm not sure if anyone else is standing by to jump in. So I mean, Radman, if you just want to keep hanging out, but if Sacrion wants or Imsense wants to jump into the general voice channel, we'd love to bring you in for some interviews.
Sacrion probably went right to bed.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like -7:00 in the morning for Sacrion.
I think we needed a webcam for him, just to see, see how he was doing.
Sacrion, you still alive, pal? Oh my god, he's here! Let's bring him in.
There he is.
Sacrion, are you awake? Oh, he's gone. He's back. Sacrion, are you awake?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh my god, he's alive! Oh no, he's gone again! Stop it!
Don't let him come in. I don't know. I can't see you guys in the chat.
We're all here. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Sacrion? I know I'm shouting to the other side of the world right now. He can't hear us!
I don't think he can hear us.
Oh no! Diggity, you're the tech guy. Can you support this? He can hear us, but he can't see us in the chat. Okay, fair enough. Sacrion, we heard you, which is good. Hey, Sacrion, I hope you're doing well. Congratulations on getting through that fantastic run. How are you feeling? Oh, he's gone again! Oh no!
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. It was good. It was my it's my first time competing in this run, so it was good to learn and play against everyone. I had a really good time. I got off to a crap start on Wonder Boy, Dragon's Trap, and finished 10 minutes slower than I normally would.
Actually, being in a race event is very, very different to speedrunning by yourself and having the only competition be yourself. So 10 minutes out of your expectations on a 2-hour, that's certainly not a terrible thing at all. It happens. It can happen quite frequently, but you should be really proud of yourself given that's your first race event and you've been able to pull off with aplomb with only relatively short notice to learn these games. You've done fantastic. You should be really proud of yourself.
Thanks for that. I managed to get a PB on Tom and Jerry, but Dragon's Trap just killed me, and Lucky Dime Keeper.
Yeah, Dragon's Trap and Lucky Dime Keeper certainly are two of the more challenging runs that we were chosen. And of course, they are beat the game challenges as well, so it's not like you could just kind of hope your way through some of it. You had to complete the whole damn thing. So the fact that you're able to get your way through, come back from that adversity at the start of the runs, and really, really make a fantastic effort of it, now you should be super proud of yourself.
Thanks for letting me be a part of the race. I really enjoyed it. And
thank you.
Privilege and pleasure.
Yeah, it was our pleasure for you, taking the time out and putting effort into these games and then showing up 2-3 a.m. your time to take part of the race. That's just valiant effort. A true warrior.
To get up on time.
Yep.
So we don't want to keep you too long because we're aware that you probably need to go to bed like a sensible person. What is next for Sacrion in the world of speedrunning and streaming? What are your plans?
I've got a few different games I want to run, but I'll probably go back to Ninja Giaden because I've been grinding that for 6 months and I was pretty close to breaking the record, and then Corbett came out of nowhere and just smashed
Fucking
it.
Corbett.
Raised the bar. So my goal on that was to get like a sub 16 on weight, but then Corbett's already done it, so now I have to just try and beat his. So I suppose the goal I need to go for is a sub 15, but that's
Sub
probably my
15,
next goal is to go back to that. But I will be running a few different games here and there on my channel. So
cool. And we've got you shouted out in the chat already. Where else can we find you, Sacrion, when it comes to social media and access to your fantastic self?
mainly just on Twitch, I'll stream live, and I any of my good runs that I complete, I upload on YouTube. You can see me on Instagram. I haven't posted any gaming stuff on there yet, but I probably will start soon. You'll just see me doing rollerblading, doing rail slides and grinds. But yeah.
Awesome work. Awesome work. Do you have any last words and shout outs that you'd like to give out to anyone, the people in the chat, etc., etc.?
Oh, to all of you, you have done a great job commentating, put on the event. Shout out to everyone, and just thanks for putting on the amazing event. Hopefully, I'll be back next year to try again. I'm definitely keen to do a few more of these races so yeah, shout out to everyone and congratulations to Narblast for just smashing through it and taking first, and Corbett for second, and Solo for third. Nice work.
Heck yeah, and good work to you too. Still a great time. 8 games, 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. That's amazing pace.
Amazing
Thanks.
work.
Not my best, but it'll do.
Well, that's all you can really do on race day. That's why there's so much fun to watch. You could run it perfectly, or you show up on race day and it's not in the cards. And that's why we all show up and, we either partake in these or, enjoy watching them. And I'm certainly one of those people that I do all the programming and list creation, so I have an excuse not to race because these are scary as shit.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But yeah, even with those kind of things thrown at you, Sacrion, just fantastic effort. Really, really proud of you. Final thing in the chat, GG's towards Sacrion. Thank you ever so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks again for having me.
Mm-hmm.
And we have another person waiting to come say hello. M-Sense. That sounds like I'm saying the same word 3 times. How are you keeping? Congratulations on completing the Master 8 Part 2. How are you feeling?
GG, Ems.
Thank you. I'm feeling great. A little sad. Z-Talks didn't join.
I know your arch rival. I said in the race that the fact that you came in out of the gate and just blew these games out of the water, that was incredible pace that you finished this in. I think you scared Z-Talks off.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it's like Murphy's Law happened to me today. The neighbors came over, they threw the ball over, so I had to actually die in the first game to throw the ball back over there, because otherwise my dog would have destroyed it. So, so it's like, oh my goodness. But yeah, so either way, still fun. I mean, obviously, congrats to Narblast. Congrats to everybody who made it. This is a great event. SegaCrew always does it, kills it out of the water. So for me, it's just a joy just to play some games I haven't played. Like, believe it or not, I haven't played Lucky Dime Caper. So I know it's been out there, a lot of people run it, but honestly, I enjoy that game a lot. Even though I did die a lot with the second boss of the line, I don't know why. But sometimes things just don't play out the way you want them. But yeah, but overall, yeah, great selection. I think everybody's really happy with it. There's a variety. You had your shmup, you had your platformers, you had your adventures, you had, it's such a variety. Especially one thing I would like to say is that these games had a different rhythm. If you really play them, I mean, it's a really different rhythm. Like Ninja Gaiden suddenly just has a different rhythm. So you got to learn how to adapt right away to each game. Dynamite Dux, that's a very slow rhythm. So right there, you're fighting lag all the time, right? That's the goal, to remove lag there. So anybody who's played these, come on down, come on, join us for the next run. I think the next one is the Game Gear one, right? Booster?
Yep, the Game Gear, July 16th.
Yeah, definitely. So I don't know if I'll be there because my son might be born next week or 2
Hey, yeah. Wow, well, congratulations.
Yeah, I have to deal with a wife. Same way.
Well, I say well done for being potent, but also congratulations. That's amazing news. MSen's going to be a daddy, another Sega daddy involved. There's tons of us here. We're all lunatics, and we're all very, very tired on a constant basis. So, congratulations.
Thank you for having me, guys, and thank you again for SegaCrew and everybody. You guys just blew it out of the water again. Thank you.
Oh, so did you, dude. I was really impressed, because I know I saw that you went live and, watched a couple of your early streams early on for this race. So I didn't get to see how much time you put into it. So I was blown away when you came out and just started whooping these games. I was just like, whoa, he came to play today. I was so impressed.
Thank you. Yeah, I wish I did a little bit. The one that actually did surprise me a lot was Wonder Boy. I had a hard time getting that rhythm, especially with the green genies.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's understandable.
That pause. It's that keys that pause before you go in there, because that basically despawns that little crab that can hit you, so that you can hit him and then you can actually start jumping. It's just a rhythm after that. So I was surprised actually it was pull it off at the end. So yeah, that game definitely I think was a determined a lot this race. And I mean, even Tom and Jerry, right? We got like a world record there as well. Recently, I don't know if everybody, I'm sure everybody knows this already, but I think Narglass got the world record. So that's amazing. And that game is hard itself because that's very well timed, right? So, and I think Jake Hale is just right behind him. So
yeah, they're just seconds apart. So much work was put into that game.
Yeah, and he eliminated the pause strat. So that is
god damn it! Removing my pause strats.
Pause strat because they're animals. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's what we said, right? It's correct. To pause or not to pause, that is the question. So, but yeah, overall great. You guys, again, like I said, can't say enough things good with SegaCrew. Keep going, guys. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, well, thank you, buddy. And we'll see you back here, for the next big thing. We love having you a part of it, of the crew.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
That's brilliant stuff.
Take care, man.
So we have our last two runners fighting their way through the early game. Brother Kyle on Tom and Jerry, not playing ball really with Brother Kyle's actions. Fed PG is currently grinding on a certain section of Wonder Boy, but I'm not 100% sure what their goal is from this grind.
I believe that they are trying to buy either the crystal armor or perhaps the crystal sword, which is at the very top of the tower in the town. That would be my only guess of why he's grinding this hard. I think that's about 3,000 gold.
Actually, I think he figured out that certain enemies have certain drop rates, and these enemies have potion drop rates. So you see, he has farmed 3 potions. So I think that's what he's doing, actually.
Fair.
That makes sense. Absolutely. You have 3 potions. Obviously you stand a better chance to get through this section.
No, of course. Because you need to have some lovely, precise jumps. Make sure that you don't take any damage from the annoying genies. Like that. There we go. Commentator's curse straight off the bat. Because it has to be.
Yeah, and these genies are a pain. That's why we saw most of the runners just try to bypass it, because these fights can be agonizingly slow.
Yeah, when I learned this game, I just had to figure out a way to just go non-stop jumping over them, because fighting them was not only was it taking a lot of time, they are placed on spots where they are really, really annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fede has a really nice strat here of using the fireballs to reach these genies, because, once you hit them the first time, they retreat, and they usually end up in a spot you can't hit them for a cycle or two. So having this sub-weapon is a really nice strat that he's utilizing.
Brother Carl making a bit more progress on Tom and Jerry as we speak.
He's had some good opportunities. It's just, with the limited continues and having to start the game from the beginning, you really got to learn all these levels on the fly.
Yeah, especially going in, as we said, completely blind is a very, very different experience. And what a lot of our other runners have been able to kind of grind out these games, really kind of understand the movement, understand the button presses, understand the timings. Brother Carl hasn't got that. Brother Carl is literally going in practically brand new to these games. Even if they've played them in the past, it's just very, very different. Very different.
Yeah, you can.
PG being very careful here.
You can actually see Brother Kyle trying to learn how Jerry is moving by just inching forward to see if he can catch him somewhere closer than he has been trying to earlier. I saw that he got one of the quick grabs on level 3, I believe.
Oh, excellent! I didn't see that. Picking
Well,
it up real quick.
Not
the quickest.
No,
but-
not the super quick one, but the one that's like 15 seconds slower, which is still a very fast one.
Not the quick one, but the quick one.
And that bomb,
almost.
right? Yeah, that bomb screwed him.
Fed PG, you're nearly there.
No,
Fed PG, come on, up, jump.
No,
he's
Fed
okay.
PG, come on.
He's got all those
potions.
Yep, he's got 3 potions.
Go into the door. Go into
He's
the
so
door.
close.
Oh, we could have it. We could have it. We could have it. Is he gonna get it?
He's gonna go for the money.
I think he's playing this completely blind, right? So he doesn't know he has beaten the goal right now. If
he probably doesn't know the amount, so he probably just got extra gold just in case.
And he's probably sat there going, "Why did I just get nearly 2,000 gold? I only needed 3."
And there it is.
Philip PG taking that task out.
Probably equipping it just in case.
Ooh, that was
wonderful work.
That was actually lucky that he could buy it, because I saw he had the goblin armor on, and I don't think that gives extra CP. So he probably got lucky and got some crystal drops. Otherwise, the dragon armor would come up as question marks.
Yep, that's true. If you don't have enough charisma points, you can't buy it. And if he's wearing that goblin armor will bring down that charisma point.
Yeah, because I think you have like 47 with the mouse man, or 45 maybe, and then you get like a couple ones from the mithril armor, and then you pick up some crystals. But I assume he got some crystal drops on the way and got lucky.
He's winding up for a big punch, and he uppercuts a dog in the face.
Oh, nice catch by Kyle there.
Great stuff from Kyle.
He's having to start over, but it looks like he's picking up this game. We could see it finally finished off this time. Let's see what happens. I didn't see it, PETA, on the emulator on Fede's. Well, we're on the honor system here.
Thing to keep in mind with Fedes as well is that they're currently playing this game at 50 frames a second.
That's true. He's being handicapped.
He is indeed, because Dynamite Dux was never released in NTSC region. It was only ever released in PAL and PAL 60 regions. So it could be released in Europe and the Brazil, yeah, because there's only one Brazil, but never released in the amazing market that is the Americas or Japan. Just like a lot of Master System games, obviously someone like Beecham would know a little bit more about the release schedules, because Beecham knows the Master System like it's his blood. It's terrifying. But yeah, lots of really good games never released in the States or in Japan for the Master System. And yeah, it's a shame, because you're missing out, really missing out.
Agree. We didn't know what we were missing out on, the sad part.
And now, thanks to the internet, you do.
Exactly. Yeah, and shout outs to Beecham, one of the OG legends of the Master System speedrunning community. And it's been so nice for him to, be able to pop in to the Discord to help out. I know that he doesn't have a lot of time to commit to this race like he wanted to, or to help some of the runners, but he jumped in when he could to give us some great insight along the way.
Yeah, genuine legend. Within just not just speedrunning, but the genuine Sega, with the overall Sega community. So, boy,
absolutely
really knows his stuff. Really knows his stuff. Great work on that boss air from Fede PG.
Oh, brother Kyle, not able to get these grabs. Losing a lot of lives here too on this early stage, but trying to play this stage 3 intended with these platforms is just as risky. So. the biggest strat right there is to try to clip into that wall, and it's almost an automatic grab right there. Sadly, Brother Kyle just playing these games blind and doesn't know some of these strats, but that's what it's all about, is him challenging himself. And there it is. Nice.
That's a really, really tight jump.
Da 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 da. Gonna fucking beat this game. Da fucking Dynamite Dux.
Yeah, someone should rip the audio and just have it as a
that should be our song. That should be our opening when we go live. Just have it on repeat. Come on, get him! Yeah, good catch. Yep, get in there.
Yeah, this boss is really confusing casually because you're like, how do I hit him without taking damage?
Yep, and eventually you just gotta take the damage. Get those super punches.
He's trying to super punch now.
There we go. Moving on.
Ooh, does he know does Brother Kai know he needs to go back and jump? Oh,
he was able to get through there. I didn't think you could.
I didn't either.
Edge of the screen still ate him though. He just did the impossible. Yes, he did. Still teaching us about this game, even, a month later.
Did I miss anything?
God, he just threw that bomb through that wall. Come on.
Even Jerry is glitching.
Is Jerry being a little prick again?
Yes, he is.
He is being the most dick. Okay, he got through this time.
Oh no! Come on, game!
Oh God, this game!
What the bullshit was that?
Yeah, that's totally bullshit.
Sorry, it's gone 9 PM here. I can be much ruder. I mean, no wonder Thomas wanted to try and catch this in mouse all the time. He's a little bastard.
Yeah, he's a bit of a prick.
Feda PG playing with his balls right now.
I get it.
He nearly smashed 3 at once. Name of my... Nope. Next time we get some extra hype in the chat for Zetox signing up to attend SGDQ.
Oh, hype. All right.
Going to provide his unique form of toxicity to SGDQ.
I think that's his 3rd SGDQ in a row. He's becoming a mainstay there.
Amazing. Zetox will get Haunted starring Poltergeist.
Oh no, get back up there.
Oh.
Into GDQ once upon a time.
Yeah, and this is the reason why we figure out quick catches for all the stages, because who wanna play the stages of a game this insanely hard?
It's such a weird platform placement there too. What does the game want you to do? You can't jump over the spikes because you land on the or into the platform.
Yeah, that part always confused me what they were thinking.
Come on, brother Kyle. Keep hitchhiking down that long and lonesome road. There's a rabbit on a pogo stick! Oh, for the PG took a death. That's a shame. Now be careful, Kyle. Thank you. There's health
there
left.
you go.
Ooh,
He needed to stay. He needed to stay left. He needs that platform right above him.
I concur with Narblas. These levels are very, very long.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that the world record is, around a minute and a half. Unbelievable.
What's good about Kyle here is that you can see that they're certainly remembering when the obstacles are becoming a bit more of an issue. So they're certainly learning whilst they're playing. They're not just kind of hoping and praying. They're actually doing a damn good job of it. Better PG. Encounter some more sumo pigs. Missing picking up the beef burger. Now on to the clouds! Kyle's dropping down. A bit longer than expected. Just be patient here, Kyle. Just be patient here, Kyle. Sound like I'm talking to my own child. His name isn't Kyle, by the way. Wouldn't share that on the internet. Not going to dox myself.
Well, it's Kyle to me now.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy has a son, Kyle. You didn't know that? He said it all over stream.
Shit.
No!
No, don't get off.
Wait, what happens? Oh,
he died.
Yeah,
Better PG.
yeah.
Go on to the next stage.
I got a little bit excited there because I hadn't tried dying on the same frame that I completed that level, so I was hoping for some weird glitch right there.
Better PG trying to go into a door that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's a very obvious viewpoint, you know? It's like, oh, looks like there's something I could visit, but nope.
I just saw your message, Jimmy. Did you already step away?
Yes, I had a good pee, thank you.
I didn't even notice. Too funny.
I was completely silent for like 2 minutes and no one noticed. I don't know if that hurts, man.
I did notice you were away, but I thought you were doing something else than peeing.
Yes, I was having a poo.
Oh, a poo. That's even better.
Arguable.
Oh, he got it! He got the grab.
Amazing!
All right, stage 6. Here we go. Let's go, Kyle.
How many lives did he have left?
2 at most, I think.
I think he can do this stage then. I don't think this stage. I think this stage is definitely easier than the 5th one.
Yeah, I agree. There's not as many spots where the screen can kill you. You only really have to worry about the left side on this stage.
Yeah, and the health, but he doesn't go for the health. Maybe he doesn't know it's health.
BG seems to be doing a pretty good job with the star. nice jump kick. He's trying to kick it in the face.
He's only got 1 hit point left.
Yeah.
Oof.
Come on, Kyle. Another ball causing problems.
Oh, was that a bomb? What? Oh, God, whoa.
Wait.
Was that a landmine that killed him? What was that?
Yeah, what killed him?
The game killed him.
No kidding. Oh, brutal. Right there at the end.
I've never seen this game screw with someone this much. Oh, he almost got one quick catch right there.
This game is messed up, man.
Yeah, I'm so happy I don't ever need to play this game again.
You'll play it. Just out of principle. Prove that you can.
Well, I did get a run accepted into a marathon where I'm supposed to run as many short speed runs as possible within 1 hour. So maybe this game will fit that. Sadly.
The JKL special.
Yeah, one hour of stupid games. Oh, I just realized another good game you could have that's kinda RPG is how is it pronounced? YS? Ease?
Oh, East. Yes. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sheen's been running that.
You do even have a longboard category that's like 22 seconds long.
Yes, I've seen that.
So
it's messed up.
So you could have beat the game and blind players gonna play the full game. But the rest of the players can
That's
use
evil.
the longboard.
That is so evil. Everyone else is beating it in 30 seconds, and other people are playing it for 5 hours.
I think they did that goal in the original Master 15. Actually, they had that as a goal.
I'll have to talk to Mother Brain about that. That's too funny. Oh, come on.
Beatrim, I think. I think it was Beatrim and Rasmus that had the original Master 15.
Oh, that's right, the original Master 15. Yeah, they did. They had a race maybe like 5 years ago and didn't have a chance to bring it back.
And last year, the Master 8 came and superseded it.
With Beatrim's blessings, luckily.
Yeah, fair enough. Why 15? I don't quite understand that number, Trees. I mean, 8's an obvious one because, 8-bit system, right?
Yeah, I think that's why it only lasted. I think they had 4 Master 15, and they felt like picking another 15 good games was too hard.
That's a damnation of the console, isn't it? Yeah, we can't pick 15 good games, sorry.
Well, there's only like 350 of them. There's not, it's a pretty small library.
Yeah, at some point you gotta do repeats with the different goals.
Yeah, I always like that when we revisit, like, Best of NES 10 did like a best of NES. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, best of lists are really good.
Yeah, the best of the best of the best with honors.
And like
so close.
Especially with games where you can actually mix up the goals, like Golden Axe would be a really good game to mix up the goal with, or Wonder Boy.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, just have a different goal in mind. It might be too long, but I really wanted to do. There's a pirate boss, and he's only in the all bosses category. You skip them all together in the any percent, and so I thought that'd be a good goal.
Fede just jumped off the screen.
Oh, I hate when that happens. Oh, God, that jump is brutal. That brother Kyle's trying to pull off.
Yeah, and for people that that don't know, I said before that Master System Games has horrible controls because usually it only reads put every other frame. Tom and Jerry is double bad because it only reads input every fourth frame. So making that jump is basically RNG if the frame exists that you wanna jump on or not. So you have
perfect, but it only works once every 4 times.
Yeah, so it's probably frame perfect, and you only have 25% chance of it actually being possible. Ooh, Seatox apparently hate Dynamite Dux.
But it has such a banging soundtrack we can all sing along to.
Yeah.
I'll stand further back. Don't.
Yeah. I think this is the reason why he tries for the quick catch, because he can't figure out how to get past this part.
Yeah, you can't be under the platform. He's got to be slightly behind. Oh, and then the screen scroll. This game.
Okay, lovely people. Jimmy Diamonds, I'm going to have to bow out for the remainder of the evening. But I've really appreciated you having me here to commentate on proceedings, on the lunacy involved, on the stupidity involved, on the hell of a lot of fun involved, and everyone's just been... It's just been absolutely brilliant with the runners, the chat, fellow commentators, Diggity being a nut as always. That's been brilliant. It's been absolutely brilliant, and I look forward to beating everyone else in the Game Gear event and coming first.
Are you going to participate this year in the Game Gear race?
I have in my hands an actual Game Gear with a VGA output that I intend to use to play the GG5 or the 5GG or the GG or the horse thing. Yes.
Oh man, that is exciting news. I had no idea. And Jimmy, thank you so much for doing this. You brought so much hype and legitimacy to this race. It was. I think I can speak for all the viewers here today that you made this event super special, and I'm so glad to be a part of it.
Oh no, it's my pleasure, my privilege, and my honor. Thank you. Lots of love, chat. Stay hyped, stay mastered, and stay 8'd. Be well. Bye.
Take care.
Yeah, big shout out to Jimmy Diamonds. Let me go ahead and throw up the link to his channel. It is definitely much watch content, and I did it wrong. Don't click on that. Don't go there. I don't know who that guy is. Oh, Jimmy Diamond. Jimmy Diamond is way better than Jimmy Diamonds.
Yeah.
So. Oh, thank you, Diggity. Thank you.
So many new people to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always, up and coming runners, and you got to keep track of these guys because they're going to be the next big thing.
Yeah, that's a great thing about this race is that you just find so many new runners.
And, new friendships and just being exposed to other runners that, I probably, never would have met Fede before, but, him doing the Best of Nest Challenge a couple years ago, started following him because of that. And, it's always great to meet new friends.
Yeah, I would say most of the speedrunning friends I have are probably from races like this because you connect on a different level just because you are trying to learn the same games and just trying to do the same thing, which is something you don't get from regular speedrunning as much, because unless you obviously speedrun one of the really big games.
Yeah, it's all about communities, and in a lot of these smaller games, really the only time you do get that community is when they're included in a race and people start talking about them. And I think that's probably one of the most important parts of speedrunning. I know I run a lot of games that no one else does or cares about, and so it gets kind of lonely over there. But also being part of like the Shinobi runners, they are so dedicated, and there's such a thriving community over with the Shinobi people. So it's so cool to witness that, and have a thriving group of people pushing these games farther and farther.
Yeah. There's definitely a big difference being part or running a game that has no runners, or maybe one other runner, and then running a game that has like 20 runners, because you get so much more of this community feel. Like I remember I ran a marbles game, and it was like a way different experience for me, because everyone was like, oh, try this, do this, instead of the usual like, okay, I'm gonna try my own thing. I did not know that you get to continue from the level you game over on Dynamite
Dux. Yeah, you just have to beat the first level obviously.
Okay, I didn't know that, because the first time I played and died on stage 4, I just didn't play it again and decided to learn it, because I was like, okay, I do not want to lose like 10 minutes on a game over on this game.
So Brother Kyle in much better shape this time around. He's got a full health bar. We're closing in on the goal here, Tom and Jerry. Yeah, just iframe through all that madness. He's still in good shape health-wise.
Yeah, and Feder should beat Dynamite Dux now, so...
Yeah, he's got 2 lives left on this final level. He's seen the last boss, I believe, so I think he's prepared.
Yeah, he died on the last boss, so...
So there's, no surprises for him now. Brother Kyle playing it really safe, low health bar, getting real close here. Oh no! Oh no! My God, this troll game, this troll freaking game! I tell you what.
I didn't even know that it was a thing at the end.
Yep, that platform, you gotta jump over it.
Yeah, Dynamite Dux can put up so many frames or sprites on the screen, it's ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure that's what every meeting when they were developing this game was about, was how can we add more sprites?
Yeah.
There's not enough sprites.
Yeah,
more cowbell.
And the game is a little bit laggy, but considering how many sprites it actually has on screen, it's still impressive. It just doesn't break down.
And it's such a colorful game too. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's a really bright and just a joy to play, really.
All right, here we go. He's closing in on that final section again. He's seen the troll pit.
Okay.
Oh, and we've got a GG for Fede. Excellent.
Good. Well, at least Dynamite Dux went a little bit quicker.
Oh, the
Oh, no!
mine!
No!
You got hit by a mine! Oh! Oh!
That's so horrible.
Oh my goodness, right at the end, once again, just evilness.
Now Fed and Brother Kyle is in theory tied, but I think Brother Kyle has about 1 hour of extra knowledge about this game, so...
He still has Klax between these games.
Oh yeah, right, Klax. I totally forgot about Klax.
But you're right, you got to put in a good, amount of time to figure Tom and Jerry out.
Yeah, it might be the shortest game on the list, but it's definitely the longest game blind.
Yeah, just with those limited continues, it's, you got to start from scratch every, oh, nicely done. Because of all the trauma. Too funny. Well, I'm going to step away briefly, and just give me a moment, and we'll see Brother Kyle finish off Tom and Jerry here soon.
Yeah. Yeah, so chat, what's the most memorable game from this list? I think I would put... I would probably put Tom and Jerry just because it's so trauma-filled. Yeah, Klax was a game I didn't think I would enjoy, but it's basically like any game like columns. Like, it's a simple game, so it gets so addicting to play it. By the way, columns would be a great game for a Master8, just saying. Yeah, Kyle is really picking up the game really good. Ooh. But he's still making a few mistakes. And he just wanna die here, but he cannot die because Jerry needs to give Brother Kyle some trauma by just sitting there and being like, yeah, I'm not letting you die. But he will soon move. Thanks for the raid, Grumpmeister. Yeah, the blind racers are the people that really impresses me. Because we still gotta consider that they need to get through. Line of Fire will not be that bad, Giaden will not be that bad, but oh my god, Golden Axe blind. That could be another 2 to 3 hours on the timer, so they probably have a half a day left to play if they want to complete the list. Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but they do have a set path they need to follow. Which is the reason why I don't do races blind, because I would get so insane trying to figure out the adventure or the RPG game in one of these races. Yeah, I agree. It was probably the easiest goal blind when I did most of the goals blind. I didn't even try to do Wonder Boy or Golden Axe blind. I did do Tom and Jerry blind, or not completely blind. I had watched the world record before. Oh, that's a quick grab. How is Fed is doing Klax? I think he's on stage 2 currently. Which Klax is very easy the first couple of stages, but once they start asking for those harder ones, it can get really rough. I wonder if he knows he can stack them on top of each other for Klaxes as well. Yeah, he probably does. So, what do chat believe? Do you believe that Brother Kyle will catch Jerry? Or will he need another playthrough? Also, the level I'm most worried about for Fede is the level where you need to survive like 50 tiles. Ooh, that was not great. Okay, he has some potential here for... Oh, that's good. He just needs one more. So he needs a dark blue or a yellow one. Yeah, he doesn't know the safe strat, so... And I know I struggle with those stages the most until someone told me about the safe strat. Because the issue with those stages are, most other stages you can complete before they start going fast. Those stages you're forced to continue playing until the tiles start moving so fast that you just can't keep up, basically.
All right, back right in time for Brother Kyle to try again at the baby room.
Yeah.
I didn't see how many lives he has, but they should be fully prepared this time.
Yeah, I think he has 2 left. Yeah, as long as he doesn't get a mine in the face again.
Yeah, who knows what this game's going to throw at you. It is just a menace. This was actually one of the games that found its way on the list, Tom and Jerry, because it was one of the runners-up in last year's Master 8 when we had people vote for it. And we had like 3 people vote for this game to be raced. So when I was compiling the list, I took like the 3 or 4 games that had 3 votes that didn't make Master 8 number 1 and put them in this game, and this is one of them. This, Ninja Gaiden, and Wonder Boy 3 were the 3 games that were all runner-ups from last year's event. Yeah, play it safe. Don't take the damage. Couldn't avoid that. It's pretty crappy.
I think he has enough health to take another hit. What? What?
It's gonna...
Oh, wait. He didn't die from it. He just needs to jump over it.
Yeah. He's got to activate it and then jump over it. Jump! No! Oh, he's got one more shot.
No!
Oh, this game. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even know that was a thing. And now you can see on Feather what I mean about if you need to go too long on a level, the tiles just come so freaking fast that it's almost impossible to react.
Yeah, this Klax will punish you if you take too long to clear a wave.
I think he's trying to go for a quadruple line, which is smart. I did experiment with doing the infinity strat on score-based levels, but when I realized I had to do it for like 8 minutes on one of the levels to complete it, I realized it's not that good. He is not getting a single orange. And he is committed to getting that orange one now. Oh, no, that's a pink one. Maybe he's even waiting for... Oh, he's going to not go for it. And the game is probably going to give him an orange at any moment now. Yeah, there it is. I do not know what his plan here is. Oh, and Brother Kyle is on the final part again. Can he do it this time?
Oh, this bastard.
Yeah, he gotta wait until it's all the way back.
You have to give him... Like you said, that 4-frame window to jump. This game is not forgiving with the input. Oh!
What? It took him even though he... Wait, how...
He didn't have enough. He didn't have enough HP to survive the attack to get pushed back that time.
Oh. I think Feather might be stuck on Klax for a bit as well.
Well, going into the Klax blind is, super playable to get through, but not fast, because without knowing the strats, specifically like this level, all you need is 2 diagonals. That's it.
Yeah.
And you clear it. But if you don't know that, you're just going for points. You're like, okay, let me try to get this Klax, not knowing that you just got to set up for 2 diagonals.
Yeah, I know when I started playing it, I did not realize that some classes gave more points. But it seems like he's going for the good ones now.
Yeah, get that diagonal. If the game will cooperate. Oh, there we go. There's the pink. I think that's pink.
Yeah, and he got 10k in one go because it was 4 of them.
Oof. A lot of damage this time around from Brother Kyle. Just a lot of crap thrown his way.
Yeah, if he can get past this part without taking damage. Yeah, he's not going to run in case Jerry puts down a bomb or something.
Alright, he knows what to do now. He just has to execute, which can be difficult with this game. Oh, I thought he had it that time.
Yeah, I thought so too.
If you're not ready for the 90s. Oh. Yeah, that's correct, Ztox. I do not think the controls are that tight in this game.
At least he got the early levels down now.
Yeah, exactly. It's not taking him nearly as long to get to this final level. And I'm not even sure if he knows this is the final level.
And
so
now we can see these when you need to get a certain Klaxes that you have to play the game until it's super quick. But he managed the first one.
So I just looked up the playthrough on YouTube of Tom and Jerry just to see what the intended route was, and who knows? The TAS on the complete playthrough lands on a bomb, gets iframes, so that when the dog attacks, they're able to walk through the dog and get to the end. So who knows what the game developers are wanting Brother Kyle to do at that section?
Yeah, I can't see because I felt twice in a row now that he should have gotten over the dog, but he just does not. So that might be the only way.
I really did fall in love with Klax. I know I mentioned this during the list reveal, but there were a week or two when I should have been playing other games to figure out the goal, and all I wanted to do was just play Klax. I would waste so much time just playing this game because it's so addictive.
Yeah, I said the same while you were gone, that like puzzle games for me is usually not my favorite, but I always manage to go from hating them to loving them just because it's...
Yeah, you get hooked.
Yeah, because you don't really need to learn new strats, you just need to play to get better.
Exactly.
I did a speed run the other day of columns for just that reason.
The speed run with columns, though, it's a little different than, you know, being good at Klax or Tetris.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, you know, you build a well and then you hope for good RNG and you just reset until you get a decent time. That's actually why I have not put columns on a race list yet, because I don't know if it's a good race game.
Well, you know, for columns you could do, for a Master System, it has a mode just like Tetris where it's about, you start with a certain...
the B.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I
And
think
you just clear it out. That's a great idea.
I think that's a better goal even for Tetris. I think that's a better goal than having like 100 lines or for columns it would be like 500 columns or maybe a high score one.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right, and I think there's a little more strategy to that as well, rather than just playing the RNG.
Yeah, I remember when columns was in a Mega 16, and I figured out that the RNG in that game was set on power on. So I basically just put up a system, so I knew I put everything to the right, but every time that side got full, I put the next piece to the next column, so to speak, and rotated it once. And if I did that every single time, I always got a 5 minute time.
Hey, I'm glad you're sharing these strats with me, because I think my PB is like 6 something, so that's perfect. And yes, no diggity, Shanna. Oh, she just said that. She said last night on her stream that she is grateful she tried out these Master 8 games just for the fact that she got to play Klax. That's how much she enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's only 10 waves, because it gets a little bit repetitive after 10 waves, and it gets really hard as well.
Oh, getting that timing down is tough on the... I don't blame him for wanting to go for that quicker grab on the ice, the mountain stage.
Yeah, there are a few that it's just better to try and go for the harder, quicker one than trying to play the whole stage, because the stages themselves are quite hard.
Yeah, and I love how Salo just said he has plans for Klax. It was so great to hear all these racers come away with, okay, no, I'm going back to Ninja Gaiden, or Salo's like, I'm going back to Klax, and there's a few, I'm going back to Golden Axe Warrior. Well, JKL, you were planning on running it for the first few weeks. Was there a game on this list that you want to go back to now?
I did. I usually do like grind for world record for the shorter, easier games, which I already did. I did Line of Fire, I did Tom and Jerry, and I did Dynamite Dux. But I feel like I might do Ninja Gaiden just because it would be fun to try and get the world record in all of the Sega Ninja Gaiden games.
Oh, nice, yeah.
And then I'm considering doing what's the name? Golden Axe as well.
Oh, please do Golden Axe Warrior. I'm so glad that people are coming away wanting to put time into that game because it's so much fun.
Yeah, I think that game has a great potential to just be rerouted. Well, not rerouted, but maybe go a little bit riskier than the world record is doing currently.
Yeah, 8-Bit Beast, who's a tasser, it's pretty close to the task, but there is a few safer things that he does. He picks up the water magic. I could totally see you or a Corbett, going a little bit more aggressive in the routing.
Yeah, I think Golden Axe Warrior might be really fun to run. Then I was a little bit into. I'm trying to think here. I'm gonna check the game list there.
Whoa!
Oh, did he do it?
He did it. He didn't even have to get to the end. There it is. Brother
Great.
Kyle just got past Tom and Jerry. Unbelievable. Oh, I bet he's flipping out. I wish we could get some audio on his end. Yes, there he is. Yeah, finally. Man, GG, Brother Kyle. That was epic. The determination, the grit and the grind.
Yeah, I was thinking about Wonder Boy as well, but I think I'm a little bit over action adventures games currently.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that's a quintessential action adventure game. I mean, you can't get more than Wonder Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this Wave 8, if you don't know the juggle strat, clearing all these tiles, I think it's like 80 tiles, 70 tiles, I can't remember, is actually quite difficult to do it, dev intended.
Yeah, originally I thought this was the hardest way.
Was it, who came up with the juggle strat? Was that another Narblast creation?
I think it was someone that found a YouTube video of it. I don't think it was Narblast. I think let me check here. Sakion found. No, wait, that was the war. I don't think it was Gnarb.
Oh, Solo. He just popped up in chat. It was him.
Oh yeah,
it is a good strat. I was very impressed when I saw people putting that to use.
Yeah, without that strat, I think more people would probably said that Klax was the scariest game.
Yeah, and then the Wave 9 strat, the setup to get the diagonal into the extended Klax. That was a great find too. Made the level a little more consistent, even if you'd have to do a death, waiting to get that RNG seemed like the wiser choice. Oh yeah, Zetox, it was fun watching him play Klax. It was definitely edge of your seat action.
I bet Brother Kyle is quite happy that he's playing a game and a goal that's not as hard as Tom and Jerry currently.
Oh, the fact that he doesn't have to hear that music again. Oh, I'm sure he is thrilled.
Might be interesting to see if he can one-shot this.
Well, you know,
It depends on if he gets 500k before stage 5.
Yes, and also it depends on if he's going into this with the assumption that he won't keep his points after a credit continue. If he plays this safe, knowing that I can't game over, it is definitely doable to one-shot this. But if you're like, oh, you know, I'm just going to figure this out and play a little more ham, you know, he'll probably have to do it at least a couple times. But
yeah. He's at least in the mindset to kill everything, which is good.
Mm-hmm. Also risky, though, you know, not knowing the patterns of these enemies yet and trying to take them all out for points is definitely the riskier strat. But, you know, obviously that's what Brother Kyle's all about. Going for some of those catches on Tom and Jerry, I was impressed. You know, he was coming up with his own strats. You know, he wasn't waiting for the end of the level. He was like, no, I'm going to figure something out.
And the only downside is he has very low life here, so he will not get that much points.
Yeah, won't pick up the bonus, the life bonus there. Yeah. That will mean he will have to play deeper into level 5 if that continues. And we all have talked about level 5, and we have yet to show it, I believe. Do you remember if anyone had to play level 5 to beat this?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
The thing that's so hard is that you get to play as the helicopter as well. It's quite different to play as the helicopter, or is it a plane you are?
It's kind of a both, a hybrid, a heliplane.
A heliplane, okay.
A heliplane. And I agree, Zetox. I thought this was a banging soundtrack. I know there's only 2 tracks. There might be a third. I think the water level, they give you new music. So I think there's 3 tracks. And I really enjoy all 3. So I'm a big fan of this game. And like I've said before, too, you know, I'm a little more partial for top-down shooters than side-scrolling shooters. So I tend to like the top-down shooters more.
Yeah, same here. I really don't like the typical SMUP, like Radius or R-Type or. But these kind of things are okay. I was making a joke on stream because I was asking where my racing game was. So I said that this was my racing game.
I like that. Yeah, right. Well, I also know you said on stream where was the sports game. And, you know, I always take note of that, but, you know, sometimes I try to mix it up. I don't want a sports game in every race. I know that. I'm like you. I love sports speed runs, and, you know, there will be one coming up in an upcoming race. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I mean, sport games are usually really stupid speed runs, but so much fun.
I agree, and I don't think people give them a chance is the problem. And once they play it and they figure out, oh, this is a speed run, it has strats, it's got technique, and they start learning it, it becomes fun and repetitive, and you want to do it over and over, especially if it's a shorter run. You know, I'm certainly not going to have some, you know, beat franchise mode or something, complete season in baseball in La Russa. And we were really close to including Fantasy Zone in this race, which is, you know, a very famous SMS shooter and a side scroller. And the only reason we took it off the list, and we actually replaced it with Line of Fire, was because when the list was starting to really take shape and we had games like Wonder Boy 3 and Ninja Gaiden and Lucky Dime Caper, and some of these more well-known names, we were just like, let's save Fantasy Zone. That's such a big name game, and we already have so many big name games on this list. Let's save it for a Master 8 3 or a Master 8 4.
Yeah, and isn't Fantasy Zone really mesh heavy?
It can be, but they also have an auto fire for some of the,
they do that on the MOS system as well?
Yes, yeah, they have an auto fire.
Ah, okay. I
believe so. I might be wrong. It's been a month or two since I played it.
Yeah, I remember that the Genesis one does have a rapid fire option, even though it's a kind of good rapid fire option in my opinion, because I like when people that are good at meshing actually gets advantage for it. But I'm also for someone like me that aren't good at meshing, that can just hold down the button and still get a somewhat similar effect to my usual meshing.
Yeah, exactly. It benefits the mash heavy runners, but also isn't a deterrence for someone who can't mash fast. That's a well-made shooter when you find that, and well-made shmup.
Yeah, because I think it's like a 6 hertz turbo you get, and that's like 10 presses every second. And I think if I really try to mash, I reach like 11 to 12. So I felt like when I was running the game, I rather hold down the button
than try to keep a 12 mash per second consistently for a 20-minute game. Certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Zetox. It was Jimmy Diamonds who threw up the suggestion for Line of Fire. It was whenever I started balking on Fantasy Zone. I was like, I think we need to save it. And instantly he sent me a YouTube video. He was like, how about Line of Fire? And I pulled it up, and why I picked it immediately was not only is it a fun game, but I love the music. I was like, okay, yes, I like this game. I think it should be included. I want people to know about this game. And I believe you guys had to open the board for this game. I believe there was no speedrun board. Is that correct?
I didn't open a board, but I did complete a speedrun of it.
Has there been... Let me check this out. Has anybody opened the board on Line of Fire? Because I don't think there is. Yeah, nothing. JKL, you're going to have to turn that in just to open the board, dude. I know you hate modding games, but... you just make Paul Saltine as soon as you create the category. Make Paul Saltine the mod. and then remove myself. Exactly. Right, and right before you remove yourself, put really extreme rules in it too, where it has to be frame counted, and Paul has to jump through all these hoops.
Yeah. Gotta send the game audio in a separate file just so we can analyze it for splices.
That's right. Yeah, so this is the fourth boss here. This is where most of the runners were finishing off this goal. However, Brother Kyle is pretty low. Ooh, and he just took a death there, so he's going to finish up this level short and with no lives left.
Actually, with full health and depending on how much he killed, maybe
it's going to be close.
Maybe it's barely enough. Maybe
Let's
that death was a blessing in disguise. Yeah.
Oh, look at that! First try, Brother Kyle.
Oh my god,
Dang, son.
that death almost looked like intentional death, but
Yeah, that was pro.
I don't think it was.
That was some pro strats there. We saw Corbett do that earlier, and yeah, brother Kyle, he knew too. He was like, "Yeah, I need a higher score. I can't see level 5." So we have still not seen a stage 5 on Line of Fire yet for many of our racers.
And now we get to see Fede play Tom and Jerry. Hopefully for not as long as brother Kyle.
I didn't even see him GG Klax. Way to go, Fede. I missed that.
Yeah, I missed that too. I was too into Line of Fire.
Fede about to feel the pain. Yeah, this is definitely a game. The very first time you play it, you're just like, what? What is going on? And then once you kind of learn the quirks, you know, it doesn't become too bad, but still, it's what the hell is this? Like that. That was a death right there.
No, wait.
Was that the demo? That was the demo.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like how the heck could that be a death? I was like,
oh lord. Yeah, I thought that was the edge of the screen. It was like, oh lord, that's a big hitbox. And there's also a learning curve with Ninja Gaiden the first time you play it Pacifist. You know, trying to work out the kinks and, you know, but he was already starting to backwards damage boost right here. It's great damage boost right there, hanging on to the platform. If he would have jumped up, he probably would have gotten hit into the spikes. Oh!
Yeah, you gotta realize that if you can run over a bomb, it's just to keep running.
Yep, no kidding. Yep, exactly. And I know last night when we watched SBB play this, and she was playing it Pacifist, and, you know, Radman was in chat, and he was talking about how tough Stage 2 was for Pacifist. But I think someone never playing this game before, I think this is definitely the hardest stage because of all the bamboo pits. You know,
actually the screen coming up.
Oh yeah, I mean, if he doesn't know what's coming up here, this is going to be another death. Oh,
how
nicely done! Maybe he's watched some people play it. I don't know.
I mean, I die to that pit even when I know what's coming up.
You know, actually, Brother Kyle was on SBB's stream last night, and every chance Shanna had to die on that screen, she did.
Oh, so scary. The knockback in this game.
Oh, yeah, especially right there. Yeah, you have nowhere to go. You do not want to go on that bottom platform because that bomb, there's no safe spot if you get blasted off that platform. Some of these other platforms, like when you have the ninjas jump out, this is actually pretty safe up top because you usually just land on the platform behind you.
Yeah.
Like that. And something, too, that these runners learn the more time you put into, especially this level, is you don't need to jump as nearly as much as you think. You can run off these platforms onto an adjoining platform, pretty much every platform. So once you kind of get the movement down, you really just cruise through this level. And that was unfortunate. So close to the boss fight there for Brother Kyle.
Do you have unlimited continuous in this game?
You do. Yeah, it's just like the NES Ninja Gaidens where they will let you suffer for the rest of your life if you'll let it. And Fede over there, obviously blind to this game, I don't think has found the run button. Is aware that Tom can run.
I think he's been running a little bit. Also, he actually have a small advantage here, I think he's playing this on 50 FPS as well.
He is, that's correct.
So it might be a little bit easier to play this on 50 FPS.
I could see that, especially with the inputs.
Yeah.
And doesn't know about that catch right there. If you bypass this, these platforms, you can go straight to the right and catch Jerry coming out of the water.
I've never seen this part of the...
Oh, clipped through it. Awful game.
And Brother Kyle is done with stage 1.
He's really been cruising through the second half of this list.
Yeah, I said it before that I think he will be cruising pretty much until Golden Axe.
I hope both of these runners have had some look at least the map I posted in Discord, because you can very easily wander into spots you don't want to go into quite yet, very early in the game, and very easy to get lost to if you don't know the route. And so hopefully they have some sort of helpful guide or map to help them with Golden Axe Warrior.
Yeah, I said that that's the reason why I don't do these races blind, is because of the adventure or RPG game in every list.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like I can easily play like a game like Ninja Gaiden blind, but when it's about like knowing a route and just learning a world from blind during a race is probably not that much fun.
Even something like Wonder Boy.
Yeah, Wonder Boy would...
I wouldn't want to do that blind either in a race. And then there's some games, you did the Shining Force Game Gear, and that was a perfect blind RPG game. The game just held your hand. You didn't, all you had to do was concentrate about the fights. I still need to pick that up casually, the Game Gear Shining Force. It looks so much fun.
Yeah, all Shining Force are really fun. Well, maybe beside Is It Shining in the Dark or whatever.
I haven't played that one. Yeah, the first one, and that has also the 3D dungeons, kind of like the first Phantasy Star.
Yeah.
And so Brother Kyle knows about this skip. He's not going to go for it. He's probably going to wish he did, though. Because the rest of this level is a monster. If you don't know about this skip, you can actually avoid the second and third levels of this warehouse stage by staying within that kind of corridor area and wall jumping to get to the higher stages. It puts you right by the exit.
Yeah.
Did that happen, Paul? Did he really? I did not see that. We are the worst commentators. We did not see Brother Kyle. Sounds like he executed a man. And by rules, that should be a reset. And we'll see if he can hear us, if he has the stream up.
Alright, I was just going to check his points, but if we game over, I can't check his points.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you lose all your points. But I'm willing to look the other way. That guy probably had it coming.
Yeah, you can. I always made up a crime he had done or something when I accidentally killed someone.
Well, the runners that go into these games blind, they're not checking Discord or anything like that. So, I realize that the runners that are really wanting to compete for the top times will be on Discord and making sure they're strenuous with the rules. So, yeah, we'll definitely let it slide.
Yeah, I'm usually that way as well. Like, if someone wanna do it blind and accidentally breaks a rule that's maybe not that obvious. Because you might think that, oh, I killed someone, I just need to take a death or game over and redo the screen. Because that's usually what you do in a speedrun when you miss a trick or something. You just
take a
try
death.
again or take a death.
Or have some sort of time, penalty. But, I echo what Jimmy said earlier about every decision that was made. He would come in and was like, no, this is supposed to be a challenge. And when Bacon brought up, what happens if someone kills them, how much time? And Jimmy was like, no, it's a reset. It's like, I don't care. They have to reset. I don't care if they're on the final boss. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. Heck yeah. This is going to, we're going to push it. Why not? And of course, this was all through Discord chat, so I could only imagine Jimmy just laughing maniacally after saying all that. Excited to hear he's going to participate in the Game Gear race and going to do it on Game Gear.
Yeah, and going to win, I heard.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, once you are witnessing what's going on with Brother Kyle's screen, this is when you kind of start realizing, I need to learn this skip. This section is so painful.
And like, that gun guy is so annoying.
No kid, he can shoot any direction he wants. He's like a god. Oh, he's so close. Oh! Get out of there, get out. Okay.
Good. Oh.
Awesome. He does have 0 lives, though. If he continues, I don't know where he starts.
No, I don't know either.
We're probably about to find out, because these birds in this next section are bastards.
I believe in Brother Kyle. He can do this.
Let's go.
No.
It's those damn birds. Those birds.
Yeah.
I bet he starts right. Yes. Okay. He's past the toughest. Although there's a jump coming up here, and Corbett almost died on it. It was so intense. But there's a clip that you can do to make it a lot easier. And Corbett just had bad luck coming out of that clip and getting clipped by a bird. Brother Kyle probably is not aware, and there's a very difficult, almost kind of like the lemon drop in the NES version of Ninja Gaiden that's coming up, that in a pacifist run, it's very much like that lemon drop, where you got to do it so precisely to not get killed that we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think when I first learned the game, I think I just took a backward damage boost to get through that.
Yeah, and then just run through the enemy that's standing on that really small platform.
Yeah, because there's a sawed off pillar that you take damage on if you land on it. So I took a damage boost right there.
Ooh. Oh, get through.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the section we're talking about right there.
Yeah, you gotta commit to it.
And seeing it the first time, you're not sure what to do, you don't know what's coming up, and nice. Oh, so close. Oh. Rushed it just a little bit trying to get through there.
That is making good progress in Tom and Jerry as well. The worst part about playing pacifist in Ninja Gaiden is the birds, but also you might think like, oh, I'm gonna take it slow, but that way you will never despawn the birds because they only get despawned if you're going fast, basically.
Yeah, you gotta have them swoop out of the screen as you're running in the other direction. That usually despawns them, but you never know what those damn birds are gonna do. Oh, stay on that platform. Oh, it's so easy to get sped up in this game when, you know, something like that happens. You kind of start, you know, trying to do as much as you can to save yourself. And a lot of times in this pacifist run, it's a good way to get damage boosted into somewhere you don't want to be.
I think Fedia's first tried stage 4.
I think you're absolutely right. They were slowly going through it. I mean, they're not doing anything special. They're just understanding how to play this game, and it's very impressive.
Yeah, so I think he might, because I see he understands how climbing up from platforms and stuff works, so I'm going to assume it's going to have trouble with like the final stage, just because of the health issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it goes for the safe platform there, and
that's really showing quick learning.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they're just running now.
Yeah,
So they're picking up this.
I don't think he runs just because he knows that Tom will start throwing things. Yeah, he figured. Ooh.
Oh, come on! Oh. Oh.
I think he got the right idea right at the end there.
Mm-hmm. But to get this far so quickly is so impressive.
Yeah, it definitely is. And now we will see if Brother Kyle can do this boss.
Well, he's got 3 lives. I know he's low on health here, but this boss should be going down. If not this try, the next try for sure.
He should have this. Ooh. Well, the boss get pretty overwhelming when
nice
you let it go for a little bit. Okay, let's see if Feder gets this catch.
Oh, okay, no, that's right. Oh. That's not a pit.
I thought that was a pit as well. Oh, grab him! Oh, go.
Oh, no. So he's made it to the last stage. This is his first try at this, correct? Like, has he? I don't think he gamed over previously.
I don't think so. He has just been playing it really slow and safe.
Slow and steady, though. Nothing wrong with that.
No, definitely not with this progress.
This section on Pacifist Ninja Gaiden is very tough. It's easy to get knocked back into the lower section, and there's no way to escape without going all the way back left. Even if you die down there, you have to start down on the lower section, and it can be a pain.
Feather did get the health up or health refill.
Oh, come on. Can you make this sections can be difficult. Okay, there we go. Nicely done. Gosh, and Fede's so close to this end, just plugging away. This is incredible.
Yeah, he's almost to the end here. The question is, can he overcome the dog?
He was able to get past the snowman. Maybe he can figure out some of these new strats we are unaware of. Oh! He tried to just speed by him.
Yeah, that is the correct strat, but...
Oh, doesn't make the jump. Oh, he had plenty of health. That's a shame.
1 life left.
Let's clutch it out.
And Brother Kyle tries 2 of the 3 ladders and pick wrong 2 times in a row.
Still amazing pace for playing this blindly.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, come on. This section here can be a little tricky if...
look at how close Feather...
Oh, he did it! Oh my gosh, Tom and Jerry's down! Incredible! Oh my goodness.
And he caught him in a place where I did not think it was even possible to catch him unless you were a test, basically.
He's a natural.
Yeah.
If Eddie can hear me, this is his game. He needs to pick this up. This is your game. You found it, buddy.
Oh, I don't think Brother Kyle knows he can duck and walk.
That's something usually you can't do in a Ninja Gaiden game, so yeah. I'm not surprised he's unaware that you can duck and walk. Not a bad place to game over, though, because he's about to enter the boss room, and to come in with that low of health with 0 lives, he probably would have died anyway. You end up taking quite a bit of damage on this boss.
Yeah, obviously, we know since Line of Fire that he knows where to take the depths.
That's true. You're right.
Okay, he takes.
That works.
Yeah, that was a great option when you don't know you can duck and walk.
All right, and as Fede is gearing up for line of fire. Brother Kyle is about to enter the boss room here. This is always a little bit awkward the first time you play this game.
Yeah.
But there you go, no problem.
Adding a screen transition to that trick is also really weird. And this boss is really hard blind.
Exactly. I mean, without knowing some of the strats or having a nice sub weapon on this boss, you're definitely going to take some damage, and it becomes a battle of attrition.
Yeah, I haven't seen him use sub weapons, so I don't know if maybe he thinks it's not allowed, or maybe he doesn't know how.
Well, you know, if you go into any Ninja Gaiden game blind, you don't know what scrolls do what, so I'm probably sure he just didn't want to sit around and slash at every scroll trying to find stuff. I'm excited to see how Fede does here on this line of fire. He was able to one-shot Tom and Jerry. It's definitely well within his skill to one-shot line of fire here.
Yeah, and, definitely. Oh, I saw him throw a star. Oh wait, he might think he's not allowed to throw a star because he paused the game.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yes, you are. Yes, you are allowed.
Hey, good pause. That was a great time to pause, find out what the rules are. We should have told him that, yes, you can throw a star, but since you already killed an enemy in this run, that you can't throw them anymore. That's the payoff. You kill an enemy, no more sub-weapons. Hey, good fight. He's got the pattern down here with the sub weapon. He's making quick work of this boss this time, and he should be reaching this goal. I'm really anxious to see how he handles Golden Axe Warrior.
Yeah, that's.
There we go.
We will probably notice right away if he knows where to go, or if we're going to see a 3-hour-long Let's Play.
Which is nothing wrong with that. I absolutely love Golden
no.
Axe Warrior, so I will sit through all of those. Oh, those turrets can be a pain because they cause a lot of damage on you in line of fire there. And so it's smart to kind of take out all the turrets, and if you end up getting hit with some of the smaller shots, so be it. But those larger projectiles from the turrets, they do major damage. And that's something that you're not expecting either in line of fire when those turrets, shoot their artillery shells at you. You see the explosion grow.
Yeah.
And you're not expecting that the first time. You're like, oh, they fired at me. And then all of a sudden, half your life bar is gone, and you realize it's because you just sat there. Oh, wait, how is he alive?
Wait, how does that even... What?
What's gonna...
What? Brother Kyle is just doing insane things everywhere.
Well, and Fede somehow with 0 health, just...
Maybe he has bugged out the game and can't die now.
Wouldn't that be incredible? That'd be tremendous. That'd be very cool to see.
Then I need to speedrun the game again. We will see when it takes a hit.
It gets pretty hairy up through some of these foreground elements. You can't see some of the enemies, so he might get sniped. We'll see what happens here.
This is one of the times I wish a player gets hit just for science.
Yes, you're rooting against him just to find out. Is he invincible right now?
Yeah. Okay, and Brother Kyle is going the correct way at the beginning, so he's not completely blind here.
Yeah. Yeah, knows where the first very smart, and I commend him to at least, knowing that, hey, this is a expansive RPG game. Let me at least look at a map. Man, Fede is killing this. He's gone damageless through this section.
Fede, take a hit. Take a hit. I need to know.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Now Fede is allowed to go for no hit.
Yeah, that's always a tough section in this game, blind, because you're not expecting something to all of a sudden come up from behind you. Although Brother Kyle looks like he might not know the path within the labyrinth. He might just be clearing out all rooms. He might have looked at the overworld map, but not necessarily the labyrinth maps.
Yeah, but that's that.
Oh yeah,
that's
understandable.
Still understandable.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, because it doesn't. I mean, knowing the labyrinths, you're probably only skipping, like 3-4 rooms. So you're killing most of everything anyway.
Yeah, and like the difference between not knowing the overworld versus not knowing the dungeons are huge, because in the overworld there are like 100 different screens you can go to. In dungeons there's like 15 at most.
Exactly. You will find the end in the labyrinth if you stay in there long enough. But yeah, in the overworld,
and
they get
the game over.
Oh, that was quick. I didn't even see it. He seemed like he was doing pretty good on stage 2, and then went through the rest of his lives. I wonder if, he's noticing right now his score did not save. He's doing the smart thing here and resetting. Good man. Yes.
Yeah, and he's also playing this game on 50 FPS.
Which will make the going damageless a little bit easier, but of course he's losing time just from the speed of the game.
Yeah, I think he's playing on Bisshawk, and you need to go into certain settings just to make sure that every game runs on 60 FPS beforehand, so... I'm not surprised that he runs quite a few games here on 50.
Well, these games were also ran on 50 and in Europe, so this is
yeah, exactly.
We had to make sure that if it was a European release, was it also released in Japan or Brazil? If so, okay, 60's allowed. But yeah, if it's a European release only, the world would only know a 50 hertz run.
Yeah. I think Petri mentioned to me that some games was only released in PAL and Korea as well.
Oh, is Korea a 50 hertz country, or are they a 60
No,
hertz
that's a 60 hertz. So
okay,
that would also allow it to be played on 60 or allowed. I mean, if you're making a race, you can decide on the rules yourself.
Yep, European always want to be different. Have you seen their plugs for their electronics? What's going on there?
You know, I'm European, right?
Yes, that's why I'm getting the crap. No, I only say that because we're super jealous. Are you kidding? All us Americans want to be European. You guys got the swagger. You guys got the style. We're just cowboys and, scratching our butts out here.
I mean,
Fede is definitely. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think most Europeans which wish they were not American, but lived in a NTSC place.
Yeah, it's always that. I think it's always that grass is always greener. We always think that it's better somewhere else. But I think that's what's great about Twitch is, I have European friends now. It's great to know JKL and spend a Saturday, evening his time with him and just hang out and, learn a little bit more about the world. And Fede's definitely now understanding that he's got to preserve these lives, and he's already seen this first boss with only 2 hit points of damage. So, completely understanding what he needs. Oh, that was just bad RNG there, getting pinned down like that with the bullet spray and then those bombs coming up from underneath him. That's a shame, but still scored a lot of life bonus. That's going to help him. And it looks like Brother Kyle went for the magic, so a very smart move, I think, for someone that hasn't, maybe knows Golden Axe Warrior as well. Going for that magic is very smart. No diggity.
Yeah, that was that was a good wordplay.
Oh, and he's getting the 50 horns.
Is he going to buy extra key?
He might be doing my any percent run. So if you recall, I just posted my any percent map. And I was like, okay, guys, you figure it out, And he might have taken a look at this and gone, okay, I need to do exactly this stuff. Yeah, because he's saving it. You only need to save it for the end game when you want to warp back to this section.
Okay.
So he just did a strat that he wouldn't need to utilize until he beat Labyrinth 6. And I think it's just because he's going off my any percent map, not realizing that you can scale down quite a bit of it.
Well, at least he will make it slightly easier on himself.
Well, he'll buy those 2 keys. The only problem is at this point I'm collecting keys for later labyrinths. So he's probably going to finish this goal with extra keys in his pockets.
Ah. Oh, and Fede decides to reset again.
Oh, I didn't see what happened there.
Oh, I didn't see either. I don't think he game over because he...
Maybe he had it on like a normal difficulty and he wanted to change difficulties or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Getting horn around here. Oh Thiago.
No. Yeah.
Well, Thiago, he's played a Golden Axe Warrior for quite a bit too. I know he was even thinking about a time or two about running this. I know it's a long game and that can dissuade some people, but he kind of had a thought about it.
Yeah, maybe we will get a golden age of Golden Axe.
I love it. There is actually someone that's picking up this game, Welsh, and then a bunch of numbers like 55427 or something like that. And I follow Golden Axe Warrior on Twitch, so I just happened to find his stream this last week, and I don't think has any connection to SegaCrew or the Master8. I think it was just a coincidence that they're also picking it up at this time. But I mean, that's really cool too that someone else is picking up the Golden Axe Warrior.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a game that many people just don't know about.
Absolutely. It's a late release, 91. By this point, the Genesis was already out, Mega Drive was already out, the SNES was already out, people were moving on. It's also a, very blatant Zelda clone. But, this game was made for people by me. I never I was aware of Zelda. My friends played Zelda. They loved Zelda, but I never grew up and played Zelda. And so when I played this game the first time, I thought it was original. I was just like, oh my God, this game's incredible. And all my friends like Ztox and Skittlebrow are laughing at me. It was like, oh yeah, it's so original. And, and so when I finally played Zelda, I completely understood that, oh wow, that was a ripoff. But that isn't just, that doesn't mean it's not a fun game to play, even if it's very similar to something else. Gameplay is gameplay. If it's a fun game to play, it's a fun game to play.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, why not do a yoink and twist?
Exactly. A yoink and twist. I like that. That's smart too to save here. Why not?
Yeah, just do extra saves. I mean,
I think he named his players Zeldon't. I love it.
I'm trying to think why you need to save though, because you can. Well, it would be if he would die before buying the keys, I guess.
It might be because he just wants to, if he dies, have all his health and magic. I'm not sure. Just playing it safe. Yeah, he's gonna skip the keys. He did everything else, but it looks like he is gonna skip the keys. The key shop is a little different. You have to clear the screen to open. You can't chop down a tree to access that key shop. And why you want that key shop is because those are the cheapest keys.
Oh, so but he is buying here instead.
Yep, he's buying here. He's got plenty of money to get the 2 keys. He doesn't even need those 2 keys, but hey, awesome. Maybe he'll skip some, which is smart because there's some really tough rooms in this third labyrinth, and if he doesn't have to clear those, he's pretty much home free. So a very wise move. But those keys were, what did they say, 60 a piece, and the other screen I think they're 40 a piece.
Yeah, I think 40 is right. I was trying to make it work, but I just couldn't find a way to make buying keys faster.
Yeah. I was curious if it would be, when we announced the game, I even told you guys that, hey, I haven't put any time to routing this because I want to see, I want you guys to figure it out and let me know, should you get a bunch of the horns and buy the keys and then not have to clear the rooms? But it seemed like it was, as long as you're progressing forward and just clearing the rooms, that's faster than hitting a bunch of,
and just taking death warps out were such a big time save.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys aren't even picking up the magic. The only reason that I walk out of the dungeons a lot is because I want to preserve my magic. And in this run, you don't even need the magic. So why not just Death Warp? And I don't know if you were doing this. Corbett was doing an extra Death Warp that I really liked. He'd come out, which you saw, he'd come out of Labyrinth 2 in the overworld map and then do another Death Warp back to the village. That was very wise.
Yeah, I did the same as well.
Nice, yeah. That's why I want you two to jump on that game. There's so much, I'm sure, to be discovered on it.
Yeah, maybe there could be a small route change.
there's a lot of possibilities because, there's you got to kind of shuffle back and forth to two different continents, let's call them. And if you guys can take a lot of that stuff out, that'd be huge. Well, I believe he's got plenty of keys. He's got to clear this room. He does not need the item in that room on the right. We'll see if he goes in there.
And he's making sure to pick up the magic as well. Yeah, no, he doesn't go in there.
There we go. So off to the boss. This is the third labyrinth, so final boss for this challenge. Oh, nice drop. And Fede's looking really good on stage 3. They've got a really good point score going into this stage.
Oh, bad RNG for
Instant ball. Oh my god. And he has all his magic.
Yeah, I've never seen him go instant ball.
He does whatever he wants.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, he was up top. That was the strat right there. He had it for a second. Still a really good fight, though.
Oh. Oh. Will he ever come out of the ball?
Yeah, if if you're not aware of that strat to get him out of the ball at the top of the screen, this fight can be brutal. Because the boss is invincible, he's fast, he can obviously stay in this bubble form as long as he wants, whenever he wants. Whoever thought this boss was a good idea, it was evil. And there we go!
Well, then he is really close to finishing the race now.
Yeah, both of these runners have really they each kind of had that one game, Fede with Wonder Boy and Brother Kyle with Tom and Jerry. But once they got past those games, it's been, very, very good runs, and they're just, really sweeping through the rest of these games. However, Lucky Dime Caper is a whole other story. Luckily, there's infinite continues. That's all I can say.
Yeah. When I try to beat a level blind, I'm not proud to say it, but I couldn't beat a level blind.
I don't blame you. It took me quite a bit of time to just the first 3 levels. And I was just like, screw it, I don't care. I'll announce it as beat the game. This was one of the only games I've done for a race that I didn't beat the goal myself. I always try to beat the goal myself because I want to know how long it takes to pick it up, or if it works within a run. And when I got to Lucky Dime Caper, I was just like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, I don't blame that decision. I mean, it's a fun game, but it's only fun once you get good at it, or good enough to actually play the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like these speeds at the beginning are so bad.
They just throw so much at you in different patterns too. I mean, you got that mushroom that's going horizontal. You got a bee that's going to do this wave shape. You got this hive that drops vertically. And it's just like, where do you want me to go, game?
And the spiders that are targeting your height level.
That won't die. That will just get knocked around, but not actually die. Oh, there you go. I guess you got to hit them twice. Oh, it can be rough.
Luckily, this game does have an invincibility power-up.
That is true, yes. Oh! God, that jump is a pain.
Yeah, that jump is... Most jumps in this game is a pain.
Yes, they are. It's just that the springy platform, the where it springs is right in the center, and if you move too far left or right, it won't bounce you up, and you want to get as close as you can to the platform to the right, and the game just won't let you.
Yeah, and I found out something